The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Ariel Roth of the District of Columbia to be Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Ariel Roth of the District of Columbia to be Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks, Ms. Baldwin.
All the ayes. Thank you.
Booker. Mr. Booker, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 36, and the motion is agreed to. Clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of the Treasury, John Hurley of California to be Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Crimes. Mr. President?
Chair recognizes the senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to honor a dear friend of mine who has dedicated nearly 2 decades of his life to the service of our great state of West Virginia, and really to the betterment of our students seeking higher education. The man who has been president of more universities than anyone else in the world, Dr. E. Gordon Gee, president of West Virginia University, who retired this week. Dr. Gee, or Gordon as we call him, was fortunate to serve 2 tenures as president of WVU. First from 1981 to 1985, and again from 2013 to 2025, where he brought his strong desire for community and his absolute love of education to our home among the hills in West Virginia, in Morgantown. I know I speak for everyone when I say how much we will miss his signature bow ties, and I think he must have thousands of them, and his love for athletics, which has led him to be a leader not just at WVU and his other schools, but also at the NCAA. You know, he even offered to suit up for the WVU football team, although he's quick to admit he's not much of an athlete. But he has such infectious energy and thoughtful guidance, and his legacy will be felt at WVU for generations to come. To understand the impact that Gordon has made on West Virginia, I must expand on what WVU really means to our state and people far outside our borders. WVU was established in 1867, initially named the Agricultural College of West Virginia. It became our state's first public land-grant university. Since then, individuals from across our state, country, and world have become mountaineers, and many are WVU grads, including many members of my family. There are a couple things that I must note about WVU. First of all, mountaineers are everywhere. There isn't a town across West Virginia or an airport across the country, and I would even say the world, where you don't see the trademark blue and gold flying WVU logo or hear country roads being played. The Mountaineers serve as a point of pride for our state and bring recognition to the wonderful people, passion, culture, and history that we have in our state of West Virginia. Second, Mountaineers are changing the world. Across WVU's 13 colleges and schools, whether it's engineering, agriculture, law, or medicine, Mountaineers are making a difference. WVU is the state's only institution to hold the title of an R1 university, the benchmark that recognizes exceptional research capacity. This is a status that WVU received in 2016 under Gordon's leadership. Gordon's connection to West Virginia isn't just a professional one, it's a personal one too. He chose to return to West Virginia, not once, but twice, because he believes in West Virginia, our people, and WVU. When he speaks of his love and passion for our state, it is unmistakably heartfelt. Gordon believes in the power of education, and that belief has left its mark not only on Morgantown, but across every corner of our great state, and honestly, across the country. When Gordon became president of WVU the first time in 1981, he was only 37 years old. When he returned to Blaney House, which is the residence of the president, in 2013, I'll say he came back seasoned with the experience and perspective that WVU really needed. Through the foundation of his 4 pillars: education, healthcare, prosperity, and purpose. Gordon has guided WVU through both times of success and tumult, including through a global pandemic. He made education for our children in West Virginia more accessible and obtainable, and moved our state towards one of his principles, that West Virginians should not have to leave our state's borders to receive the health care that they deserve. The impact that Gordon has made is apparent in many areas, but particularly noteworthy is the impact he has made through the continued expansion of WVU Medicine. As the chairman of the WVU Medicine Board of Directors, Gordon oversaw the addition of 20 hospitals under the WVU Medicine umbrella that span across our state, and increased the capacity and research support for WVU's world-class facilities like the Rockefeller Neuroscience Institute, our Cancer Institute, Heart and Vascular Institute, and the new Children's Hospital. As West Virginia's senator, I've had the privilege to work with the wonderful and incredibly impressive people of WVU Medicine, and visit these facilities many times. And let me tell you, they are on the cutting edge of medical achievements that will save lives and change our world. Gordon's leadership has been a critical part of this success, and it's fitting that his recently finished portrait will live at the WVU Medicine campus. Although Gordon was born in Utah, he is the first to tell you that he is a born-again West Virginian. He has made our state his home, and the effort and energy that he puts towards benefiting the lives of his fellow West Virginians is evident. Two of Gordon's 4 pillars that I mentioned earlier, purpose and prosperity, relate directly to economic development in our state. Along with Marshall President Brad Smith, Gordon was central to developing the first Ascent program in West Virginia. This program connects recent WVU and Marshall graduates with workforce opportunities within our state that launch their professional careers and keep our best and brightest at home, contributing to our communities. The dynamic duo I would call them, also worked together to establish Ascend West Virginia, which has been a successful effort to attract remote workers to West Virginia's mountains, highlighting the wonderful outdoor recreation opportunities that our state offers to young professionals and their family. Additionally, Gordon has made it a priority to visit and spend time every year in all 55 counties of our state, showing the excellent work of the WVU Extension Services, designed to build prosperity, enhance educational opportunities, improve health, and create purpose in communities across the entirety of our state. While Gordon's presence at as WVU president will be missed, we know that he will continue to make a difference in West Virginia. And as I said when I started this speech, the legacy he built will continue to be felt for generations to come. I know that I join Gordon and our state when I say we look forward to the leadership and experience that the new WVU president, Michael Benson, brings to Morgantown. In a recent article published at the WVU magazine, I found the advice that Gordon gave to his successor to be wise, true, and eloquent. If you love the state and its people, they will love you back. And that has certainly been the case for Dr. E. Gordon Gee and the time he has spent in Morgantown. On a personal note, Charlie and I have been the recipients of emails, texts, letters from Gordon that have lifted us up in tough times and really in good times as well. I have leaned on Gordon's counsel as I've made difficult decisions, and he has always taken the time to give me very thoughtful advice. Both Charlie and I can safely say that our lives have been enhanced by Gordon and by the friendship that we have fostered with him and Lori. Here in the United States Senate, and as I look at the president of the Senate, I know this is true of you. Being from Ohio, there are many members here in the United States Senate that have Gordon on speed dial. But I am eternally grateful that we West Virginians are the ones who get to claim him. Gordon, I wish you the best in your next chapter, and I've heard him talk about his retirement, and he always reminds everybody, I have not died. I have not died. But I hope you enjoy the well-deserved time that you can now spend with your Lori, which has made it, and she has made an incredible mark on our state and the university alongside you, as well as your daughter Rebecca and those beautiful 2 young twin granddaughters that you love so dearly. thank you, Gordon, for all that you've done for WVU, for West Virginia, for all of us, for your leadership, your vision, your heart, your sense of humor, and all that you've done for our state and our people. Those of us like you that call it home. With that, I yield the floor.
Senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, in the past month, my great folks in Oklahoma have started learning a new term around here. That's an old term, actually. That's a term that we use all the time, voterama. I have to tell you, it makes me sleepy just to say the word, because voterama is a part of the 1974 Budget Act that allows for unlimited debate on an issue of certain types of budget process, rescissions that we did yesterday, and then trying to be able to go back even farther to be able to deal with a reconciliation. I want to spend just a couple of minutes talking about it because so many folks that I talk to have no perspective on this, Mr. President. So I think it's good to be able to just get some context. The 1974 Budget Act set out 12 different appropriation bills that are done. That's how our budget is actually done. That's how we actually spend. Now, when the House and the Senate and the President sign that, those 12 bills are now law. So they have to be done. That has to be spent. But if the President were to say, I don't want to spend this amount, I don't think it's necessary, it's the law, so it has to be done. But the President can actually send back over to Congress a rescission and to say, I'd like permission to turn this part off, literally make a new law to be able to say, we're not going to spend this. That's what's happened here in the last 24 hours. The President sent over about 40 days ago a rescission for $9 billion and said, I don't think this needs to be spent. And I'll talk about a little bit of the context of that in a moment. But it was on foreign aid, and it was on National Public Radio and PBS. It was $1 billion in PBS and National Public Radio. It was $8 billion for foreign aid. And sent it over and said, I don't think this needs to be spent. Now, what's been interesting is to be able to see the national conversation on this on social media, as if this cuts off all foreign aid everywhere. And I have to tell you, I have some of my good friends at home that they'd be fine with all foreign aid being cut off. But that's not what happened. What happened was actually going through and examining what foreign aid do we want to keep and what foreign aid do we think is wasteful that we shouldn't keep on it. So what actually happened? Let me set some context on this first. There are things like PEPFAR, which I've been very supportive of. For the last couple of decades, the United States has made one of the biggest impacts in the world on slowing down the spread of AIDS worldwide. The work that's been done in Africa through PEPFAR on AIDS, on tuberculosis, on malaria, has literally saved millions of lives and has dramatically slowed down that virus movement and the innovation that not only affects Americans that suffer with those, but also affects the entire world in the movement of that disease. It's led us to actually engage in areas like Ebola and other areas to be able to go and fight and to make sure diseases that are happening there that are highly communicable don't spread to us or to other parts of the world. All of us who have experienced COVID know full well it's better to be able to attack it early than it is to be able to fight it late. PEPFAR has been that entity that has done that. This bill that we just walked through in the rescission didn't affect that aid at all. And said, no, we're going to continue to be able to do that. Programs like Food for Peace and the McGovern-Dole programs that actually feed hungry around the world, that some of my farmers and ranchers in Oklahoma even, and some of the mills that are there, actually take some of the food that is grown there. It's literally packaged in the Midwest, and it's shipped all over the world to feed hungry folks. That's still in place. That's not changed. I know a lot of folks on social media say, oh my gosh, this is cutting off all food aid everywhere else. No, that's actually not what happened. We worked through our foreign aid programs to counter Chinese Communist Party influence around the world. That wasn't effective. In fact, that was specifically isolated out, saying, no, we're going to continue to do that because we've got to push back against communism and its spread across the world. Combating anti-Semitism, human trafficking, religious persecution. No, we protected all those and make sure those were not affected. Polio eradication efforts around the world, especially for children, protected. We didn't make any change on that. All that foreign aid is still going out. Now, again, I have folks at home that say it's somebody else's problem, but the vast majority of Americans and of Oklahomans say, hey, we need to make sure that we're engaging in humanitarian needs in the places where we can, as we're also fighting our debt and deficit. But what are some of the areas we actually did do? Because we actually did eliminate $8 billion. Let me give you a couple of examples on that. We actually did a 25% reduction in their resettlement fund that's run through State Department. Now, why would we cut 25% of the resettlement fund? Well, 18 months ago, the United States was facing 2.5 million people a year illegally crossing our border. And there was work across all of government that the Biden administration was doing to try to manage these people in very mass numbers. Well, guess what? We have less than 200 now a day even attempting to cross our southern border. So there's not a need for this massive resettlement fund anymore because the border's under control. So this fund was cut 25%. Now, we're still involved in some resettlement efforts in other places where refugees around the world. We're still involved in disaster aid, but we don't need near as large of a fund for this because there's not near the problem that there used to be because our border's more secure. The Office of Management and Budget literally went to the State Department line by line and identified all these different line items and said, what did we spend our money on in this account last year? This went to humanitarian aid, but then they also identified different areas that the State Department took some of these funds and said they spent it on these areas. For instance, the State Department spent $2.5 million to teach children how to make environmentally friendly reproductive health decisions. Well, we cut that. And we said, no, I think most Americans would say, well, what in the world are we doing with that? They spent $3 million creating an Iraqi version of Sesame Street to be able to use in Iraq. They spent $4.5 million on Malaysian Youth Climate Corps. They spent a ton of money on a pride parade sponsoring, the United States taxpayer sponsoring a pride parade in Southern Africa. There was money that was spent to promote vegan food in Zambia. There was money spent for social media mentorships in Serbia and Belarus. There was $18 million spent to improve gender diversity in the Mexican street lighting industry. You know what? We cut that. What we saved was aid for polio, for AIDS, for food. What we cut was money for gender diversity improvements for the Mexican street lighting industry. So yeah, we did cut some funds back, but it was very intentional to go back and identify what are areas that most folks at home would scratch their head and say, tell me again why we spent our tax dollars on that. Tell me again why I work overtime to pay for my family, to be able to make more money and pay more taxes, so that my money would go to be able to pay to teach children how to make environmentally friendly reproductive health decisions overseas. That's what we went after. And I'm grateful that we actually didn't just talk about doing something, we did it. Not only did we do that on the State Department side, we engaged in something that a lot of people have talked about for a long time, NPR and PBS. Now, I've got nothing against Sesame Street. I've got nothing against Antique Roadshow. I've got nothing against NPR programs. If people want to be able to listen to that, well, that's fine. They're an American. They can have the opportunity to be able to listen to it. But this has been interesting just to be able to hear the conversation about it. Because the conversation has been, we shut the whole program down. NPR is closing down tomorrow. Well, that's just not true. Let me tell you what we actually did with this rescission. We gave about a year and a half of time to NPR and to PBS to find some additional funding because NPR 90% of their funding right now, 90% of their funding comes from private sources. The federal taxpayer just pays 10% of it. Now, that 10% for PBS and for NPR equals $1 billion. It's a big number, but it's just 10% of the funding. They provide sponsorship. I asked the question, how does every other television station, every other radio station seem to operate and find enough sponsors to be able to cover them, but somehow magically NPR will not be able to cover the last 10% of their cost? That's absurd. Of course they'll be able to do that. I've smiled and jokingly said to folks, if MSNBC can find enough sponsors to cover it, NPR I bet can as well. Listen, they'll be able to find enough sponsors, and they've got time to be able to actually do that. We didn't cut them off tomorrow. We gave them about 18 months of time and said, you need to start finding some other sponsorships to be able to get ready for that. Because some people really like PBS. That's great. They'll still be out there. I grew up in a time period like some folks in this room grew up in. I was the remote control growing up. Okay, we'd sit on the couch and Mom would say to me, go up to the TV, turn the dial, and because I was the remote control in our family. Because we had 4 stations. We had an ABC, NBC, CBS, and PBS. That's the 4 stations we had. We established that as a nation that we need to be able to get emergency information out because that was the best way to communicate because we had 4 stations in America. That was it. Well, that's not true anymore. There are thousands of stations that are available over the air for free, streaming platforms galore if you want to be able to spend $100 a month for each of them. We've got lots of things on our cell phones and access to it. There are lots of different options now that are very different. I think some people don't realize in 1983, Ronald Reagan proposed taking the funds away from PBS and from NPR, saying it was not needed in 1983 because we had enough options. Much less now, and think about all the options we have. It's been fascinating for people to be able to say, if we don't have PBS, people will not know how to respond to an emergency. They desperately need that for an emergency. Now, I have to tell you, I live in a rural state in the great state of Oklahoma. We have occasionally a few storms that roll through Oklahoma. I actually don't know a person that says, oh my gosh, it looks stormy, I think I'll turn on NPR. I actually don't know that person. They pull out their cell phone and they look and see what's going on the radar, or they track through unlimited number of great options for meteorologists in our state. That's true all over the country. Now, again, I don't belittle what they're doing. People can choose to be able to listen, but to be able to say the only way a television station or a radio station is going to function in America is if taxpayers pay for that means you ignore the thousands of other options that are out there. So no, we're not cutting them off, except for the funding, and saying, hey, decades ago, this might have been appropriate use of funds, but when we have $2 trillion in overspending, maybe we should start looking for billions of dollars to be able to reduce our spending. We're not just talking about it. We actually did it and said, okay, let's start finding strategic ways to be able to do this. And so in the last 24 hours, the House and the Senate have agreed we're reducing our total spending $9 billion in very strategic ways. Now that's the rescission package. That's one vote-a-rama for our long night last night. If we go back a couple of weeks ago, we were on a reconciliation bill, another vote-a-rama with unlimited amendments that we had literally more than 24 hours of amendments on. And as we walked through that experience, that was all about what are we going to do on tax policy and what are we going to do about the one big, beautiful bill. I have to tell you, I have friends at home that catch me that say, I've heard the term over and over again, I really don't know what's in the one big, beautiful bill. I've just heard people say it. I even have a friend of mine that owns a restaurant that he actually has on his menu now the one big, beautiful burger. Because it's just become a catchphrase. Well, let me tell you a little bit about it, because I want people to know a little bit more about what's actually in there. When this was passed by the House and the Senate, and the President of the United States signed it into law on the 4th of July, that bill will have dramatic effects in so many areas. It's half of the farm bill that needs to be done that, quite frankly, we couldn't get done in the last Congress. Our Democratic colleagues would not agree with us on what are we doing on some of the farm programs. Well, guess what? We just got those done. Every farmer and rancher in my state is ecstatic that more than half of the farm bill has now already been done. We're not talking about it. We actually did that. Now we've got more to go in other policy areas. Reference prices and so many other things that needed to be updated just got updated. It was able to prevent a tax increase for every single American. Every single American, not just the wealthy, every single American that pays taxes, their tax rate was scheduled to go up January the 1st of next year. Until now. We passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, and it did the first big thing you need to do. Prevent a tax increase. Kept the rates the same so that Americans would not have a huge tax increase. It also added new border wall structure. It added new border agents. It added ICE agents. It added detention facilities so that we don't have a couple of months of a secure border. We have structures that are going into place to be able to make sure long term we have a secure border. Now there's more to do in law in other areas, but the financial part of it we put in place, and it wasn't for a single year. We actually put that in place for 4 years to be able to make sure that funding would be there to be able to have the structures in place to be able to do that. There was significant funding that was put in to be able to modernize our military, especially our Navy. Very, very behind in that area. So there's strategic investments in that. Strategic investments into Coast Guard, which is decades behind. If you go to a Coast Guard station right now, you'll find older ships, older ports, out-of-date cameras, out-of-date radar. They desperately need to be updated. So for all of our coastal communities, they know how dependent they are on Coast Guard. This One Big Beautiful Bill finally puts an investment into our Coast Guard to be able to increase safety. And while I'm talking about safety, we all know we desperately need to be able to modernize our air traffic control. This bill does $12.5 billion to finally bring our air traffic control up to a modern system. You walk into an air traffic control tower, it looks like you just walked into the 1960s. It won't in the days ahead because the investment has been made to be able to modernize the air traffic control based on what is in this bill. It's one of the most significant investments that we've had in a very, very long time in strategic areas that desperately needed help. Now, I've heard from a lot of folks on this, that this is a giant deficit bill. I get that. I've seen all those things on social media. But if you went to the Congressional Budget Office, and everybody's welcome to be able to look at that online, if you went to the Congressional Budget Office and looked for their final score, this is after all the amendments, all the text changes, everything has been done. The final score from the Congressional Budget Office was $400 billion in savings. Not in deficit, $400 billion in savings was the final score where they came out once everything was all said and done. Now, I understand on social media, there are lots of other things flying around there. I encourage you to go check the last score to be able to make sure it had all the information, that everything was up to date on this. There's a couple things I had the privilege of being able to work on for a long time on this bill. Many of them took years. There's kind of a running joke in the Senate that nothing moves fast in the Senate until it does. Many of these issues I've literally worked on for years to be able to make sure that they are ready for this moment. I want to talk through just a couple of them to make sure everybody knows what's really going on. One of them is called full expensing. Now, if you own a business, you know what that is. If you don't own a business, you have no idea. But if you're a small business or a manufacturer, if you buy a truck or a piece of heavy equipment or manufacturing equipment, you have to expense that out as your business expense over several years. That's really hard to do, and typically on your first year you buy it, you have to take out a loan to pay your taxes because you had a big capital expense and you don't have enough money to be able to float to be able to cover your taxes as well. We shifted the policy permanently in this bill, where every business that buys a big piece of capital equipment, they can expense it out in that year that they bought it. Now, it doesn't make any difference on the amount of revenue coming into the Treasury, but it makes a huge difference to that individual business owner and incentivizes them to be able to buy another big piece of equipment the next year. You know what that does? that encourages more manufacturing in the country. Because when they buy that truck, when they buy that tractor, when they buy that piece of equipment for their manufacturing, they get more efficient. In the business that made that truck, that makes that piece of equipment, they get more business and ensures the economy. Every single economist, right or left, says if you do full expensing, it helps your economy. Yes, that was in the one big beautiful bill. That allows now, until Congress changes this, which I hope they never do, no expiration. Full expensing now is a part of our tax code because I think that's essential to be able to be there. There's another piece that I worked on. It is connected to this full expensing. In 2021, my Democratic colleagues did a bill they called the Inflation Reduction Act. They changed energy tax policy in that. And in that, they created a new tax just on oil and gas companies to say they can't write off their expenses like every other company can. There's like a special punishment just put in, a special new tax piece put in just for oil and gas companies. It's called intangible drilling cost, IDCs, you'll hear the term used. We were able to say if we're going to treat all manufacturing the same, they get a chance to expense out. That should also be true for oil and gas companies. They shouldn't be punished. They should be treated, watch this, the same as everyone else. It's not a special perk for them. They would be treated equally as every other manufacturer across the country. That provision is in here. What does that do? That increases domestic production of domestic energy, and it encourages a lot of companies that are out there that have a lot of jobs that are based here in America to be able to continue to invest in their workers and in bringing more energy to the United States. There's a very significant provision that I've actually had the opportunity to be able to work on for years to be able to get that done. Another change that I disagreed with in our 2017 bill, shocking that we don't all agree on everything, on every aspects, but in 2017, we changed who could actually take a deduction for donating to a nonprofit. 2017, it became only those in the upper brackets could. Those that are called itemizers. It's the top 90% of Americans. They could actually donate to a nonprofit and then deduct that from their taxes. That's bothered me ever since. The result of that is billions of dollars less that has been donated to nonprofits. After years of working on this and talking to my colleagues, we all agree we got to be able to fix that. In this bill, we changed it. As of next year, every American who pays taxes, if you donate to a nonprofit, and you pick who it is, it doesn't matter. If you donate to a nonprofit, you can write off up to $2,000 of your donations to a nonprofit on your taxes. Why do we do that? We do that because we strongly believe that the government's not the only safety net in America. There are three safety nets in America. The family's the first safety net. The second safety net are nonprofits and houses of worship all over the country. The third is government. Government can never meet all the needs. Government may be able to send you a check, but if you're going to get a mentor, if you're going to get somebody to walk alongside of you, that's often a nonprofit. Nonprofits are the ones that take care of the hungry and the homeless and the hurting face to face in every single community. Tiny little nonprofits, houses of worship all over the country that volunteer their time. This will encourage more investment in those nonprofits to strengthen our safety net for those who are hurting the most in our country, that they would be able to get help directly where they are. Quite frankly, if we want to incentivize great help towards people that are right there in their community, then let's have stronger nonprofits. We did that in this bill. We're not talking about it, we did it. President Biden put in a rule last year that many of us were shocked by, quite frankly, on both sides of the aisle. He put in a rule saying for nursing homes all across the country, skilled nursing facilities, whoever it may be, they've got to have a certain new level of staffing. Now that sounds like a nice idea to say you got to have more nurses there all the time. Seems nice if you're in Washington, D.C., but if you're in rural America, guess what? There just aren't enough nurses to do that. So at many of these nursing facilities, they have a nurse that's nearby, and when there's a crisis, they're on call all the time, but they're not physically there. But they were putting a new requirement. They have to physically be there. You know what that means? That means rural nursing homes could not operate because they physically don't have enough nurses in the area to do that. That meant many rural nursing homes in my state were already looking at closing and just moving operations into the suburbs and into the cities where they could get enough nurses. That makes people in my state have to drive farther to see their loved one. That's wrong. That's just wrong. We changed that in this bill. And we said, no, we're not going to have that. It sounds like a nice idea. In reality, it shuts down access in rural America to family members that are in one of their most vulnerable moments they've ever had in their lives. We want to make sure families can surround people in those really tough days that happen for many people in nursing and skilled nursing facilities. Just 3 quick stories. I know I've talked for a long time, but when I say it's a big, beautiful bill, it's big. There's a lot that's in it that I think a lot of people have missed. But if I can just give you 3 quick stories, Mr. President. Let me talk about a senior adult in Bethany, Oklahoma. Her name is Marilyn. She just found out about the new standard deduction that's in the One Big Beautiful Bill for senior adults that are working senior adults. She just found out about it, and she told us our Social Security benefits that we paid into for all these years are key, but they're buying less and less these days. So we're really excited about maybe having some improvement on that. She said, you just never know what life's going to bring, and so the benefit of not being taxed now on my Social Security benefits and being able to keep more of my Social Security that I paid into is essential for me. As she said, because many of us that are using it for our living expenses with the intention of not drawing down our savings and our reserves so we can make sure that it's still there for the future. She's pretty excited about this change in the law where working seniors will not have to pay as much taxes and won't pay taxes on their Social Security benefits. Todd Gibson, he's the police chief in Moore, Oklahoma. We talked to him about the no tax on overtime. This was his statement. He said police officers do a lot of work on overtime. There's a lot of Capitol Police that I walk around here. In the last couple of weeks, they've done a lot of overtime. Todd said this, any bit of money that a police officer can pour back into their family and back into their home is a positive thing. He said in rural and smaller organizations, this is really going to make an impact to retain quality people in the community that provide public safety. He's pretty excited about the no tax on overtime. Finally, last story. There's a waitress in Yukon, Oklahoma. Her name is Rihanna. She's really excited about the no tax on tips. She told us this. She said tips play a huge role in my take-home pay. Being able to take home more of my hard-earned tips means I'll be able to support my family a lot better. Not only does every hard-earned dollar that I make go towards things like my car note and a mortgage and child care, she said being able to keep more of it and to put it towards the things that I love and people that I love, that will go a long ways. It's coming at a great time, she said. The interest rates and the groceries are going up. That gives me an upper hand to be able to have extra cash in my pocket. So we were thinking about people all over our states as we worked on the One Big Beautiful Bill, and I understand the dissension, the divisions. We don't all agree on things. But as we worked on this bill, we're trying to figure out what's the best tax policy for every American. What are the areas where we're most vulnerable? What do we need to solve? That's what we worked on with the One Big Beautiful Bill. Mr. President, you know full well, because you know this bill well, I didn't even have time to cover all of it. That's in the high points of it. There's a lot more there, and I think in the days ahead, as people get the facts and the information about what really happened, they're going to be grateful to have a little bit of breathing room to be able to support their family just a little bit more. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it.
President, I move to proceed to
Motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 171.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. Clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Terrence Cole, Virginia, to be Administrator of Drug Enforcement.
President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Terrence Cole of Virginia to be Administrator of Drug Enforcement, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent to read and the nays be waived.
Without objections.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
President, I move to proceed to calendar number 121, HR 3944.
Without objection. Clerk will report.
Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, moves to proceed to calendar number 121, H.R. 3944, a bill making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk for the motion to proceed to calendar number 121, HR 3944.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on calendar number 121, H.R. 3944, and act on the motion to proceed to calendar number 121, H.R. 3944, an act making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent that the reading of the nays be waived.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I want to compliment my friend and colleague from Oklahoma. The One Big Beautiful Bill does have a lot of really good stuff in it. I think, to be perfectly blunt, my state probably has more good stuff in it than anyone.
Read this real quick in your speech. I'm sorry. We need to decide something.
Mr. President, I'm going to hold off on this really important speech here. I ask unanimous consent that the majority leader and the senior senator from Oklahoma be authorized to sign duly enrolled bills or joint resolutions from July 17th through July 21st.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Anyways, back to the One Big Beautiful Bill. So I'm doing what Senator Langford's doing primarily back home in Alaska, is really trying to inform my constituents on what's in this bill, because it is a really good bill. And boy, oh boy, there's a lot of misinformation out there. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are spreading the falsehoods, maybe because they're a little jealous that they can't legislate as well as we do, but that's for another day. What I really want to do, Mr. President, is do something that I think is probably the best highlight of Thursday speeches in the Senate. I think the pages all certainly agree. They're all nodding. People watching across America. It's the Alaskan of the Week. Now, Mr. President, this is a great tradition. I've been doing it for many, many years. I try to get down here on the Senate floor Thursday, wrapping up. And not every week, but a lot of weeks. And I like to talk about an Alaskan who's doing something really important for our state, community, maybe the country, maybe the world. And then talk a little bit about what's going on back home. So I'm going to do that. But we also had another neat tradition today here in the Senate. Our Thursday lunch group in the Senate, on the Republican side, one senator hosts lunch for his colleagues, his or her colleagues. And talks a little bit about their home state. Today was my opportunity to host, and I'm not bragging, but I do think when Senator Murkowski and I, and by the way, Senator Collins with Maine Lobster, but when Senator Murkowski and I host, we get good attendance because we have great seafood. Fresh halibut, fresh salmon. We did that. I did that again today. It was great. The whole room was decorated with Alaskan perfect peonies. We got great peonies in Alaska too. Holy cow. So this is a perfect time for the Alaskan of the week. First, I want to give a little snapshot of what's going on back home, what life is like in Alaska right now. The midnight sun is out. A few weeks ago, I was in Fairbanks, the home of Mary Binkley, who was our Alaska of the week. We're going to talk a lot about Mary. And we had our famous Midnight Sun baseball game, Mr. President. Thousands of baseball fans across the world literally come to see this game, which started in 1906. Some miners, some military guys came together for a baseball game in 1906. It's going strong more than 100 years later. This year, the Fairbanks Goaltenders played the Glacier Pilots, an Anchorage baseball team that is part of the Alaska Baseball Summer League. Now, this is one of the premier collegiate summer baseball leagues in the country. It's something a lot of people don't know about. I was talking a little bit about it at our lunch today, but great college players come to Alaska to play baseball under the midnight sun, and so many of them have gone in to do great things. So many of them have not only gone on to the majors, so many of them have gone on to the Baseball Hall of Fame and have been some of America's greatest players. Think about it. All these guys came up to Alaska, play summer baseball. Mark McGuire, Barry Bonds, Tom Seaver, Dave Winfield, Randy Johnson, Andy Messersmith. I mean, this is Hall of Fame baseball. And we get that in Alaska. It's really a great league. So if you're a baseball fan, make sure you come up to Fairbanks for next year's game. We were also in Fairbanks a couple weeks ago. I had the opportunity to run the Midnight Sun Run 10K. It's a great run. Again, people from all over the world. We had 4,000 runners this year. I do it every year. Definitely gets slower, but it is one fun. A 10K. It's great. So come on up. If you're a racer, you'll love that one too. So while you're in Fairbanks, you come up for a game of the 10K. Make sure you get out on Fairbanks' beautiful rivers, the lifeblood of the community. When you do so on a sunny summer day on the Chena River or Tanana, chances are you'll spot a vintage-style stern wheel paddle boat belonging to Riverboat Discovery, gliding along the channel, carrying passengers through one of the most scenic river routes in Alaska, really in the world. And if you're one of those lucky passengers, there's a good chance you will catch sight of a familiar figure waving from the shore, and that's 99-year-old Mary Binkley, co-founder of Riverboat Discovery and our Alaskan of the Week. So let's dive into the Alaska institution that is Riverboat Discovery. This year, we will celebrate, the Binkley family will celebrate the 75th anniversary of this incredible institution. Now, it's made up of 3 iconic paddle boats, Discovery 1, Discovery 2, and 3. Riverboat Discovery shows off the best of Alaska's interior landscape, including a bush plane demonstration, a visit to a recreated Athabasca Native village, and learning about traditional subsistence lifestyles. For tourists, it's a 3-hour snapshot of Alaskan history. For locals, it is a beloved institution and a summer job for many young Fairbankses, including my sister-in-law Janine many years ago, who worked for the Riverboat Discovery. And while the Riverboat Discovery preserves the history of the interior, the Binkley family, who has owned and operated Riverboat Discovery, Mr. President, for 75 years, has its own great history of Alaskan grit and innovation and hospitality and generosity. And the center of that history and that great family, Binkley's, is Mary Binkley, our Alaskan of the Week. She was born in Vernonia, Oregon in 1926, the youngest of 6 children. You know, that's a tough time in our country's history. Mary's story began in hardship. Her mother passed away soon after birth. Her father, a logger, couldn't raise the children alone. Her siblings were scattered, but they were bonded for life. Her brothers, who went on to become fishermen off the coast of rugged but beautiful Kodiak, Alaska, wanted something for their baby sister, Mary. They scraped together a college scholarship fund, determined that Mary would be the first in the family to attend college. Isn't that great? Brothers taking care of the little sister. And so Mary, from Oregon, journeyed north to the University of Alaska Fairbanks, where she had a cousin who was a professor there. And it was at UAF, as we call it, in Alaska, that she met a young, handsome riverboat captain named Jim Binkley, a third-generation steamboater from Wrangell, Alaska. They married back in Mary's home state of Oregon in 1946, but quickly returned to Fairbanks that same year with nothing more than a $4,000 loan and a dream. Jim and Mary purchased their first vessel, Godspeed, and began a river cruise business that would become synonymous with Fairbanks tourism and the interior Alaska river culture. Mary greeted every guest personally, often serving as a tour guide, a deckhand, and a hospitality manager all in one. To her, they weren't just tourists, they were her guests. She worked alongside her husband, Jim, the captain, in the popularity in Alaska, in America, of this river boat cruise on one of Fairbanks' great rivers grew and kept growing. By 1955, the Godspeed could no longer keep up with the demand, so Jim built the Discovery 1 in his backyard with Mary by his side. Jim called her his, quote, lifeline and anchor. Mary did it all. First mate, deckhand, ticket taker, mother of 4 kids, who, by the way, Mr. President, have grown up to be pillars of the Alaska community in so many ways. I could do whole speeches on the Binkley kids. And later, she was a grandmother while watching 3 generations of Binkleys get involved in this great family business, and they've expanded into other things really important to Alaska. Taking tickets with Mary remains a rite of passage for Binkley grandchildren to this day. As the tour company expanded, Mary remained its heart, greeting travelers on the riverbanks, hiring Alaska Native guides to share their knowledge and traditions of Native Athabascan life during Chena Village visits, and helping craft that Alaskan hospitality that guests feel to this day. My grandmother has the ability to make meaningful connections with perfect strangers. Her granddaughter Kai recently said, quote, she treats them not like tourists, but more like family. That's Mary. Everybody who meets her thinks she's incredible. So, Mr. President, this fleet, the Binkley fleet, would grow, continue to grow, to Discovery 2, launched in 1971, which was a converted freighter. Then Discovery 3, in 1987, a grand 900-passenger vessel launched fittingly on the 4th of July in Fairbanks. That day, as the boat pulled away from the dock, generations of Binkleys waved from the deck. Waving from the shore was Mary, and she's still waving from that same Fairbanks riverbank at 99 years young. So, Mr. President, what began in 1950 as a modest river tour on a converted missionary boat has grown into the cornerstone of Fairbanks' tourism economy. And Mary has been at the center of it all, welcoming guests, sharing the experience, and setting a tone, genuine hospitality that endures to this day. At 99 years old, 99 years young, Mary is still part of the fabric of the business. Waving from the riverbank as Discovery 3 rounds the riverbend. This weekend, Mr. President, the Binkley family will gather together to celebrate 75 years of operation, but more importantly, 75 years of a family legacy with Mary at the front and center. More than 500 family members and friends and guests from across America, from across Alaska, will join Mary at Steamboat Landing this Saturday for a nighttime cruise on the Discovery 3, which will be a fitting celebration for this incredible woman and incredible family behind an Alaskan institution. So, congratulations, Riverboat Discovery, to 75 years. And to Mary, congratulations on one of the most prestigious awards you could ever receive, the Alaskan of the Week from the U.S. Senate. I yield the floor. Sure. Yeah. President, I have 3 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to Senate Res 314.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 314, recognizing the importance of trademarks in the economy and the role of trademarks in protecting consumer safety and so forth. Objection, proceeding to the page.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection,
Please discharge the Senate.
the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nominations en bloc. Cal number 280 and 281, with the exception of Colonel Henry R. Jeffries III and Colonel George H. Sabrin Jr., that the nominations be confirmed en bloc, that motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, with no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order to any of the nominations, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and that the Senate then resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged from further consideration of S-350, a bill to direct the Secretary of Agriculture to select and implement landscape scale forest restoration projects to assist communities in increasing their resilience to wildfire and for other purposes, and be referred to the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, July 21st, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved. To date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Finally, notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motion with respect to Executive Calendar 171 ripen at 5:30 p.m. on Monday.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, July 21st.
Thank you very much. Endangered communities and rural communities. Well, the floods were hitting the people that I represent. It took NPR, Free Texas Public Radio, 19 hours to post anything about the flooding on its social media. What was NPR and CPR doing in the interim? What were they doing in the morning at 4, 5, 6, 7 in the morning when private radio stations that I listen to and that I talk to, breaking in and presenting the information of the news, they were playing a program, a DC-based program, lobbying Congress for billions of dollars to continue their funding. When the flood hit at 4 in the morning, instead of providing local news, they were airing the morning edition of the Washington, D.C. Well, that's fine. They already had it pre-taped. I get that. But they didn't break in like the local stations did and so forth. The 7 private stations posted over 70 alerts on their social pages throughout the day, starting at 7:24 in the morning. My point being, private stations in the communities in which I live were there for the people of Texas. They were there presenting the information necessary. Public stations were completely MIA. With that, I yield back to the chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Would you like, Mr. Chairman, to enter any of that material that you read into the record?
That would be great, and I would ask that.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. Magoosh, you're recognized.
Well, I think the chairwoman, I do just want to say to the gentleman from Texas, who I have great respect for, and I certainly, keeping his constituents, his communities in my prayers, I will say his experience with respect to public radio and public television, vastly different than mine. I represent the state of Colorado. My district has been besieged by multiple natural disasters, flash floods, wildfires, and on every occasion, public television, public broadcasting, public radio stations, Colorado Public Television, Rocky Mountain PBS have been there. And I would take umbrage to the suggestion. I'm not going to speak for other members and their respective experiences in their districts or their states, but I will certainly say for the state of Colorado, public television has played an instrumental role in helping constituents during difficult times of need. I want to say thank you to the ranking member and to the subcommittee chairman. Welcome back. Have you both here. Mr. Diaz-Balart, Chairman, I want to ask you a couple of questions. So first, how much is the total dollar figure for the rescissions package?
I believe it's $9 billion. I can give you
$9 billion? Okay.
Yes.
And I think you described that, I wrote this down, as a substantial chunk of change.
I think it's a good down payment in trying to refocus.
Yeah, I'm not. Yep. I wrote it down earlier. So $9 billion, substantial chunk of change. Would it surprise you to learn that is 0.12 0.12% of the federal budget. Does that number surprise you?
I take your word for it.
And I presume you're pursuing this precision, at least you've articulated in part, it's based on, it's animated by concerns about the debt and by the deficit.
Well, if I may, sir,
So I'm just asking if it is or if it isn't. If it's not, if you're
that's one of the factors. That's one of the factors.
That's a fair
That's one of the factors.
I guess the question is, House Republicans, literally 15 days ago, voted for a bill that will increase the deficit by upwards of $4 trillion. $4 trillion. And your case here is that this $9 billion rescission, which you call a substantial chunk of change, that's animated by concerns for the deficit. I mean, it feels like if you were concerned about the deficit, voting against that big bill a few weeks ago would have been the right way to do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
If I may, remember, again,
You didn't do
that. Well, let me tell you what I agree with you if you allow me. Thank you. So as I said, this is to refocus an area of spending that has been misspent, severely misspent. Not only has it been misspending American taxpayer money, I would argue that it's actually been doing so in a way that in some cases has actually not only not helped our national security interests, has hurt our national security interests. So this is a multifaceted, there are many reasons why this is an important start.
About the deficit reason. I hear you. You
Yes.
said that. It was a fair answer.
Correct.
You said I have multiple reasons for supporting this.
Correct, sir.
And I'm myopically focusing here on the first reason, which is you believe we should pass this rescissions package so that we can reduce the debt by $9 billion. And 15 days ago, you voted for a bill that increases the deficit by $4 trillion. You can understand why the American people would be a bit confused by that difference.
Well, look, if you're saying that this is the only thing we're going to do to reduce the deficit, that would be highly inaccurate.
Have you done anything else?
Yes, we have. As a matter of fact, one of the things I'm very proud of is that the fiscal year 24 appropriation goes to deal with my area, right, that I chair, which, by the way, is in essence what we're under now, because we're under CR, right? Actually reduced 6%. And this is after the negotiation
Last year.
Correct. And
I'm talking about this year.
but if you allow me to finish. So, and the bill that I have presented to pass out of subcommittee is proposing, again, we have a long way to go, 22% reduction over last year's, which was a 6% reduction. So, in other words, we are taking serious steps to reduce spending, to reduce the deficit, and equally as important is to make sure that the money that we do spend is well spent, and in this case,
I understand that.
reflects and helps the national security interests of the United States.
You've made the case on that, the secondary reason we're going to talk about, but
Well, actually, it's not, to me, it's not a secondary, it's a very important reason.
It might be that's the wrong adjective.
Sure
A reason. There are many reasons. So, and I don't want to belabor the point here. But I mean, we could spend some time. I mean, if your argument is that if we total up the ledger, okay, so you've got, $9 billion rescission here. And I guess you're citing the fiscal year 2024 cuts that you had shepherded as chairman of your subcommittee. I don't know what the total dollar number is on that. But I'm guessing that in the aggregate, if you added it all up, it wouldn't come close to the $4 trillion deficit increase that you have saddled my children and your grandchildren with. And I just, again, part of about priorities, I understand your argument about other reasons. So that might, make the case, as you've done. But I think it's a little rich for anybody to talk about this rescissions package as a deficit reduction or debt reduction measure, because the American people are not going to take that seriously after the $4 trillion bill last week. That's all I'm saying.
And I think it's fair enough because I think it is obvious, right, that the majority of the spending is not discretionary. It's mandatory spending. The big beautiful bill, we're going to have that discussion, and I'm sure you all have had a lot, and we're going to continue to do that. This process, which deals with, and you're right, remember, discretionary is less than a quarter of the money spent every year, but in discretionary, I think it's important to do what we can to spend where possible less, also to make sure that we're not misspending and that we are realigning our spending, in this case, to our national security interests, and not wasting money. And that's what this would do.
Let's talk about that a bit. So because you referenced earlier that your subcommittee, I think, is in the process now of finalizing the numbers for fiscal year 2025, and we're hoping you'll be back before the rules.
2026.
26, I'm sorry.
I know that's what you meant.
Correct.
Correct.
We never made it on 2024 because of the CR. So you all are in the process of that.
Yes, sir.
And I took a look at the press release that y'all issued a few days ago, and very proudly proclaims that you are fully funding the Countering PRC Influence Fund of $400 million. That strikes me as something that's very important to you, right?
Yes, sir.
And you agree that it's important for our national security, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The question is, why didn't House Republicans include any provisions in the rescissions package to protect that funding?
Again, if I may.
No, it's a simple question.
No, I know. Because I do think.
Bill that that you all passed,
Correct.
right?
We actually
Before it went to the Senate.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. The House bill before it went to the Senate did not include any language protecting the Countering PRC, People's Republic of China, Influence Fund. Okay, included no language. And I'm just trying to understand, because you are claiming on your website that you're very proud of the $400 million of fully funding it for next year, why wouldn't you have protected it in the rescission package that you passed?
I don't see those two issues being mutually exclusive. By the way, because again, hopefully, assuming we get the support for the bill, right? This is a process. We have funded it in the past. My intention would be to continue to fund it in the future, and so I don't think that's mutually exclusive.
Okay, let me walk through this. The PRC, Countering PRC Influence Fund, right, is one of the funds that was identified in the $9 billion rescission. It's one of the sub-accounts, okay? So House Republicans passed this $9 billion rescissions package and did nothing to protect that account from being zeroed out by Russell vote and the
Oh, I see what you're saying.
When it got to the Senate,
I see what you're saying.
there were some Republicans in the Senate
Okay, I see what you're saying.
who decided that it was really important, and so they added language. Yep. Right?
No,
Is that fair?
no. I see.
They added language.
I'm glad that. Okay, I see where you're going.
You got it.
And I do now.
We're on the same page.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I get that. By the way, I
why
like
didn't you do it?
because, and obviously, I was mistaken. I just thought that the Senate rules that we couldn't add text under the 1974 law. And so, by the way,
No.
yeah.
So from now on, when rescissions package comes in next time, you'll add language here on the front end rather than doing it on the back end.
Again, I totally support on that aspect that you're just mentioning. I totally support what the Senate did there.
Yes.
Again, I don't claim to be an expert on Senate rules, right? And so, are there potentially, by the way, who knows, other areas that that we would add, or I would have added language if I thought that it was okay according to the Senate rules? So I will never claim to be an expert on Senate rules. And I will tell you, do I support that language? Yes. Not only do I support it, again, it's reflected in the fiscal year 26 bill, the 24 bill, which is what we're on right now. And again, I want to be respectful, because this is why to use your language about, you think it's rich. I also think it's rich that I was criticized by my colleagues, appropriator, who I respect, for actually the language that I just read, that hopefully will be in the record, precisely because I was so strong and continue to be so strong about making sure that money doesn't go to the PRC. No money should go to pay back the PRC, goes to international institutions. So I agree with the Senate language. I agree with the Senate language.
I'm grateful you agree with the Senate language. I guess I would just say that House Republicans had every opportunity to do that on the front end here in the House. before it got to the Senate. And I think it's a bit convenient now to say, well, it's, I wasn't familiar with the rescission rules and as to whether or not we could add language to protect aid to Egypt or the PRC language or a variety of other language that was added in the Senate with respect to HIV and AIDS. But let's put that to the side. PEPFAR, because this wasn't about language, this is about funding, right? Senate made the decision, pull $400 million, the PEPFAR rescission, out of this bill. Correct?
Correct.
All right, you support that?
I support the bill, absolutely.
I know you support the bill. You support that the PEPFAR funding is no longer part of the rescission bill.
Yeah, I mean, look, by the way, for the record, I support PEPFAR. And we've actually, we've actually had hearings on PEPFAR.
Not support it in the House.
If I may, because do I think that we could absorb the original House language on PEPFAR? Absolutely. The Senate believes that it's potentially safer to do it their way. It's not a huge change. So, but again, if I may, and this is not really a question, I do support PEPFAR. In the hearings that we've had, even on things that are as important that, for example, that I support, there has to be the question asked, should we do it forever? That's not what we're talking about now, but that's something that we are looking at in the appropriation bill.
Yeah, and I would say, Mr. Chairman, I'll move this to the subject, but I just will say that this is, I think we're getting a game of semantics here. The PEPFAR funding is quite substantive. Most of the Republicans, overwhelming majority of the Republicans in the U.S. Senate voted against the amendment to strip PEPFAR funding out of the rescission bill. They did that not because they thought this was a less safe or more safe approach. They did it because they opposed pulling it out. They wanted the PEPFAR funding rescinded, as the vast majority of your colleagues do here in the House on the Republican side. So I was just asking, I'm trying to get a sense of, do you say you support the program? If you support the program, then I would hope that there would be a similar effort here in the House on the front end to pull that funding from the rescissions package before it made it to the floor. But in any event, another piece of your fiscal year 2026 budget on the foreign subcommittee that you lead is around countering efforts with respect to our adversaries.
Correct.
I want to get a sense, this is back to the envelope, it really is, I'm just kind of curious. How much does the budget include for fiscal year 2026, just sort of, again, back to the envelope, for countering efforts regarding Cuba?
In the 2026 bill?
Yeah, a couple $100 million or what?
No.
Or what's the?
No. It's less. It's up again. It's I believe it's about. I think it's the same as it was in the original bill.
$20 million or?
It's about. I want to say maybe 30, but don't quote me. In the ballpark.
So okay, here's the question. So let's say that $30 million, I understand, very important to you and your constituents, and I think a lot of Americans, right? Let's say that Congress appropriates that figure, and we approve that. Do you believe that number, the $30 billion, million, sorry, $30 million for countering Cuba, do you believe that number is a floor or a ceiling?
There is no disagreement, I think, among a lot of the appropriators that when we put the appropriation bills together, the goal is to have the administration follow that.
I hear you.
Right. So there's no disagreement on that. But the rescission process is part of the process.
I hear you. This is actually about the rescission.
Okay.
I'm not. So the $30 billion.
Million.
Okay. That's going to go to the State Department to spend on countering Cuba. I'm just trying to get your sense. Is that number the floor or is it the ceiling? That's all I'm asking you. Which is it?
You're saying once it's law, whatever that number is? Once it, yeah. Well, no, it's once it's law, it's law.
This is law.
Which by the way, and so look,
it's the winner. Sorry, I'm not interrupting you.
Go ahead.
It's the floor.
Well, no, theoretically, you're not supposed to spend above that either.
It's the floor.
Right.
It's, yeah.
All right, so, well, actually, can I tell you in the actual bill how I have it? It's the floor. In the way I have it written, no less than.
No less than.
Correct. Perfect. But that's how it's written in the bill on that aspect.
So that's,
On that part.
that goes to whether it's Secretary of State Blinken, 2 years ago, a year ago, or whether it's Secretary of State Rubio today. Here's the money that Congress has appropriated for countering Cuba. And you cannot spend any less than this, and you are required to spend this number. Right? It is the floor. We're not going to have you spend less than that. Correct?
If that language holds, that's what it would be. If that language holds, that's what it would be.
Here's why. I mean, and I can glean from your reaction a bit surprising on my question. No, and the reason why.
I would actually appreciate your question.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, because here's why. You and I agree. Ranking Member Rosa DeLauro agrees. Every single Democrat, I think it's safe to say, in the House of Representatives agrees with you. Russell Vogt does not agree with you. In Politico, this is today, as he's describing the spending powers of the Congress, it is one of the most constitutional foundational principles, but that power of the purse does not mean it's a ceiling. It is not a floor. Right? OMB Director Vogt's view, which is a ludicrous view, unmoored from any kind of constitutional or statutory basis, is that if we appropriate dollars, if you appropriate $30 million to counter Cuba, very important to your constituents. Secretary Rubio can look at the document and say, I'm going to spend $10. That's how much I'm spending in fiscal year 2026, because it isn't a floor. The rest of this, I understand it's important, Mario Diaz-Balart, but I think in Congress, but I'm not entitled or required to spend a single dime more than what I deem necessary as the executive.
I clearly see your point.
I disagree with
Well, no. Oh, no, wait, hold on. It's very important to make a important observation, which is it's dependent. It depends how it's written. In some cases, we give flexibility. In some cases, we say not less. In some cases, we say not more. So I just want to make sure that we make the point.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a generalized statement, and I just want to make sure that we're accurate in what we're saying.
But what your staff had just handed you.
In that case, in that specific case, then I would agree with you.
I appreciate that, and I will just venture to say, and I have one last question, that I will venture to say that quote there might end up in a lawsuit here in the next couple of weeks, because the administration, as you know, we're deep in litigation now.
Yes.
For impoundment. I appreciate the chairwoman. I just have one question. You represent. Well, Mr. Diaz-Balart, sure, and the answer is. Well, I agree with you on the answer part. I don't know the question. I hear you. I'm trying to get to it, Madam Chair. I appreciate your indulgence. I just want to talk a bit. I'm trying to look for the piece of paper. Here it is. You represent South Florida, town of Miami Lakes.
Among others, yeah.
Among others. And the town of Miami Lakes, my understanding is getting a new zip code because of your efforts. You're working on it.
Working on it. Yes, sir.
House is going to vote on a bill soon.
Hopefully.
Very exciting. I know how important that is to communities in my neck of the woods. I was looking online. How I discovered the town of Miami Lakes was getting a new zip code potentially because of your efforts? I was looking at WLRN. It's the only publication I could find that would print a story about your efforts regarding a new zip code for the town of Miami Lakes. WLRN is a public affiliated station, right?
Yes, I believe so.
It is. I can
believe so.
assure you. It's public television.
Okay.
These cuts are going to be devastating. They're going to be really devastating to public television, to public radio in every state in the country, including in Florida and, of course, in Colorado. It's a shame. I wish you all would reverse.
Could I just put one just little clarification? In South Florida, there are numerous local publications which we have, for example, the community newspapers. That's in all the communities. Just so you know, just to make you feel comfortable, there are numerous private publications that cover what happens in D.C. locally, and so I hope you feel reassured that that's not the only one.
None of them about your legislative efforts on the zip code, except for public radio. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, you recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congressman Diaz-Villar, I do have I don't remember exactly. Did the Inflation Reduction Act, did that go through the appropriations process and the American Rescue Plan?
No,
It
sir.
did not go through the appropriation.
No, sir.
I didn't think it did, and I just listened to records too. But it did not go through appropriations.
Correct, sir.
Right. And it went through without a single Republican vote, both of them.
Correct, sir.
Right.
Wrong, sir.
So I'm looking at these numbers. I know you may not have the exact numbers year to date, but right now I'm looking, and it says that the federal government has spent $5.345 trillion year to date. Now that would include mandatory spending and other things, but the second largest category of spending right now is the interest on the national debt. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, sir.
That's what it says anyway here. Would you be surprised to know that federal spending is up $318 billion this year over last year?
That unfortunately does not surprise me.
So when we talk about an $9 billion cut right here in this piece of legislation, is that correct?
That's it.
$9 billion. So if we just use these numbers here, the total federal spending is up $318 billion. If we take this $8 billion, total federal spending is still up $310 billion instead of $318 billion. I'll be honest with you. I'm a little taken back at the whining and crying over what amounts to less than 0.5% of discretionary spending. And I'm a little embarrassed, candidly, that with the Republicans in control of the House, the Senate, and the White House, that we can't actually cuddle together. And I just hope we're able to continue to show the American taxpayers where their dollars have been going. We showed them tremendous sums of waste, fraud, and abuse over the last several months. I hope that we're able to get back to showing the American taxpayers where their dollars have been going, and that we're actually able to come back with a rescissions package that does significantly more than the $9 billion. And again, I want the Americans to say, total federal spending this year from last year up $318 billion. Now you would think the sky was falling and the sun wasn't going to come up tomorrow if you listen to all of the whining and crying. But just factually speaking, if you take this rescission of $9 billion out of the $318 billion increase over last year, you still got a $310 billion increase in federal spending. That's year to date, by the way. It will be more than that at the end of the fiscal year. We got to do a better job of reducing the deficit and getting economic growth. And if we don't, the interest cost is going to consume the majority of federal spending in the near future. And with that, Madam Chair, I don't have any questions for the gentleman. I just wanted to make the point. This is a drop in the bucket, and we're just getting started on reducing the deficit in this country. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that very understanding look in your eyes as you recognize me. And as I listen to this conversation and the comments, it just gets me every single time. When they talk about the need to reduce federal spending, the need to address deficits, anybody who voted for that big ugly bill that is now law, which increases the deficit by $4 trillion, should feel ashamed about talking about deficit spending and debt. It's $4 trillion. $4 trillion. The interest rate is taking it up to that and even more. And that's why when they talk about attacking waste, fraud, and abuse to save American money, those are meaningless words after you voted for that bill. Those are meaningless words when
In addition to increasing the deficit, the main beneficiaries of that bill were the billionaire. That is waste. Because the reality is they don't need the money. And it was pointed out earlier that the Trump administration is burning 500 tons of food that went to waste instead of feeding the hungry. And since his inauguration as president, Trump has made millions off of his presidency. He's made more than $320 million in fees alone from his meme coin. Now he's exempt from regulation. No president in history has ever made so much money selling his presidency and influence ever. So when we talk about fraud and abuse, let's talk about that kind of waste, fraud, and abuse, because what I see it as destruction, deception, and corruption. So in this bill, we see Republicans once again taking away from the poor and rural areas. So when I hear my colleague who's now left saying why are they whining about this $9 billion? It's because I know the places that are going to suffer when they lose NPR, PBS, and public broadcasting station, because it's the local station that are going to be hurt the most. And you know, they keep doing it. Republican bills and Doge and Trump want to destroy public education, public health care, public lands, and now public broadcasting. So let's talk a bit about public broadcasting. We heard earlier today that Americans really want and are looking forward to us cutting public broadcasting. Do you agree with that, Representative Diaz-Balart?
Can you please repeat that?
So earlier today in this hearing, I believe it was Representative Norman said this is what Americans really want. They want us to cut the corporation for public broadcasting. Do you agree with that?
I don't know if he quite said that, but he may have. I do agree that there has been, like unfortunately in other parts of the government, a lot of waste, a lot of misuse. There was, which I did not participate in, but I watched part of it on the TV while I was in this process, where there was a hearing on that, and it was pretty evident that there has been a lot of waste, a lot of misuse, and I think that's part of the reason why this is. That's why this is here.
Do you think Americans want you to do these cuts?
I do think that there are multiple alternatives, private sector alternatives. When I was a child, there were only a couple channels. Now there are hundreds or thousands of channels. And I think there's a valid question as whether the taxpayer, when there are hundreds, if not thousands of channels.
It's about whether Americans want this. And let me tell you what it looks like what Americans want. So 1 in 3 Americans use public radio at least once a week. 70% of public radio is considered, Americans think 70% of Americans think public radio provides a valuable service. And you might be interested in that. That includes 64% of Republicans. They trust the news from public radio. 3 in 4 Americans agree it's important to have public radio for emergency alerts and public safety. And this is a poll that was done recently because people recognize the importance of public radio and public broadcasting. And they recognize the importance of it because these rural radio stations, especially, and let me tell you, Republican states, they rely on it. Alaska. If you go and read the news, in Alaska, they rely on it. In New Mexico, our tribal radio stations are essential because some of those places, there aren't the alternatives that you mentioned, or they aren't for free. And that's the importance of public. That's the importance of the public. So we know that there was a desire by Senator Rounds to preserve tribal broadcasting. Can you tell me where in the bill? He said he's voting for this bill because they're going to preserve funding for tribal broadcasting. Can you tell me where in the bill there is the preservation for tribal public broadcasting?
Let me see if I can get you some specifics on that. I would, by the way, respectfully mention that when you're saying that it is so popular and there's so much audience, great. And then the question, I think there's a valid question as to, well, then why should the taxpayer have to pay for it? And I just, again, respectfully, when you say it's not for free, it's not free. It's being paid for by the taxpayer. When government provides a service, not only is it not free, usually it costs a lot more than when the private sector provides it. So, and again, very respectfully, I just think that's a little bit of kind of highlights kind of the disagreement. When you say government programs are free, I would respectfully say government programs are not free. And what we can show time and time again is usually government programs are a lot more expensive than those that are provided by the private sector. So respectfully, I think that's part of the disagreement.
There is a disagreement not on whether who is it free for? And that's the purpose of public. That is precisely the purpose of public. And it is an ideological difference. I agree with you. That when you talk about everything being for profit and profit making, that means you are going to be inserting profit in everything they do. And that is the difference. We heard in this committee, they should worry about Sesame Street and these important public programs because they're going to get picked up by Netflix. That is not free to the family that cannot afford it. So I'm talking about free for everybody in the public. And there are, and so that was what I was saying,
Okay.
is who are they free to? And I think that it is important to have public education, even though there are private schools. I think it is important to have public transportation, even though you can have toll roads and you can have your own private car. There are certain goods that are important, that are key, and that's why somebody in a Republican state like Alaska voted against that. And so was there anywhere in the bill that
I have an answer.
protected?
Not that I can find. I cannot find anything in the bill that is specifically protects what you would ask.
Right, because there's nowhere in the bill that protects these kinds of services. There are all these deals made, and then there's these pinky promises that, we're going to protect tribal radio. And I think that that's what's really key, is with regards to tribal radio, they understand that. I have a letter here from the National Congress of American Indian, and what they say is enactment of H.R. 4 and eliminating the Corporation for Public Broadcasting funding would devastate tribal communities by severely impacting tribal broadcasting capacity and essential tribal public safety infrastructure that protects communities during emergencies. It would put tribal lives at greater risk. Madam Chair, request unanimous consent to enter into the record the letter from the National Congress of American Indians stating this, and it is dated. I need to read
It's okay. You're going to hand it in. We'll get
June 10th, 2025. Well, some people are strict on this, and I admire the requirement to actually have that data here, Madam Chair.
without objection.
And this is the point that I am making, is that there are things that are about emergencies, that are about the public, that are key, and that I think are important. So if you think people should just pay for everything and there should always be a profit motive, that is honestly a disagreement we have about how we look at things. Because I do think that we should not be having those kinds of problems. And, the emergency alerts, there is nothing in this bill that would protect your beloved communities who might be relying on the multiple sources of public radio and public television that you also just pointed out, is there?
And that's why I want to make sure I'm accurate with my answers, and so I got you that specific. there's no doubt that there are, and because I do live in an area that's obviously prone to storms, right? And there are, fortunately, and of course, with the caveat or the understanding that I happen to live in one of the states that's the most prepared for, hurricanes for obvious reasons. There are multiple ways that people get that information, and I'm speaking for the state of Florida.
You're speaking for the state of Florida, and this is the thing, is as it was pointed out for Colorado, as we've heard, and if you go and Kansas, the people in Kansas are terrified because they rely on these programs. The people of New Mexico know that the public radio stations are essential. We just heard about the important role they play in Colorado. Not everywhere is densely populated with multiple avenues. And that's the other thing about the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, the educational programs that are available for free. I was reading an article online about a Kansas grandmother who said, my days are filled because I can see the Antique Roadshow, but more importantly, my grandchildren learned how to count Dracula. Right? Who in this room, I'll ask around, is like, did any of your kids watch Sesame Street? I'm looking, Mr. Jack, Representative Griffith, you always have, none of your kids did. Well, you are probably the exception, because so many others did. In the audience, everyone raised their hands who, look at the smiles on the faces that are coming up, because people do look at these things. And, we fell in love with Sesame Street. We fell in love with the kindness and understanding shared among the characters. And I think that this idea of keeping kindness and generosity in our public arena and as one of the public goods that we do is so key. And that is what the public television programs do. Think about that. Think about how kind, like even Grouch, right? Oscar, like everybody's nice to Oscar and helps him get through these things. Right? We need us all to see, like maybe we're a little too grouchy sometimes because of this role we play. But like if you step into that role of what Sesame Street cheats, it's let me understand why you're grouchy and maybe I can understand that, right? But right now, all these decisions, they're sort of like the Cookie Monster. Like the Cookie Monster, he's eating caviar instead of cookies because, we're giving all these tax benefits to the billionaires and we're eating up the public good and we're eating up kindness and generosity and things that are free to the people who most need them. Representative Diaz-Balart, and that's what I was talking about.
And I thank the gentle lady, but again, I just remind everybody respectfully, it's not free. It's very expensive.
The taxpayers are doing it, and that's
Correct.
the question. And the taxpayers pay for a lot of things. We just in that big ugly bill, you actually cut royalty rates for oil and gas companies. You cut them by about 4% down to 12%, which gave away millions of dollars, which gave away more than the $1 billion that you're cutting from this. And let me tell you, there was no need to do that. We have record oil and gas profits, and in the state of New Mexico, we have twice the royalty rate now, 25%. Record sales are our latest lease, so it's all who's paying for it. The decisions you made in that bill, where that Big Bird did deserve it, the people who cannot afford to stream and pay for Netflix did deserve it, but oil and gas companies deserve it. It's never free, but we gave away some freebies to the oil and gas industry. Representative DeLauro, the Trump administration, this life-saving nutritional aid, was it about 1.5 children could have been fed with that for a week?
It is unbelievable, rotting in a storage space because no delivery mechanism put together because it's been shuttered.
And is that, do you consider that, Representative Diaz-Balart, the idea that we would let that much food go, is that race?
fine.
I think that was highly unfortunate, and frankly, something that I would never try to justify.
And it's waste, and that's not a good use. That is like wasting taxpayer dollars. Why is that, Ralph? There is a cost to that. There is a cost. So I wanted to just go and quickly, because I don't want to get tagged by our wonderful chairman woman here. As you were having all of this discussion of why it's important to do this, now, as I understand, when you work on the appropriations in your subcommittee, it's not easy. You have hearings, you have discussions, you debate it among yourself, you bring it administration, you do all of that. Is that correct, Representative Anderson?
I would agree with you, yes, and I would agree with you, no, it's not easy.
Right, it's not easy. So
I think they're the ranking member, full committee ranking member, and I are in full agreement.
And so, did you have the same kind of debate about this rescission package?
I met multiple times with OMB,
Did your committee meet?
and we actually had a committee meeting where we had folks come in. We did.
Was there a hearing on the rescission?
But obviously it clearly doesn't have the same level. I would concede that it's not at the same level that having multiple hearings, which is what we try to do in the Appropriations Committee. So I love the Appropriations Committee. So I believe that the appropriations process is the best process. But I will tell you that we did have folks from the administration come in 2 hearings.
And you were the subcommittee chair in this budget. No, because you were the subcommittee chair last year, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And right now, by the stroke of a pen from the president, all that work that went into that thing is gone. Is that ranking member? This is your point, right?
This is my point. We hammered out appropriations bills, and appropriations bills are $1.7 trillion every single year. And to get there, you have to give a little, and you have to get a little. And you go back and forth to meet the needs of the people that we represent through these 12 subcommittees. And then we hammer it out, and then we come to an agreement. We get it signed by the President of the United States, not a suggestion, a law of the land. And in this circumstances, I would just say that we had an unelected individual, a billionaire in Elon Musk, decide what was going to be spent, how it was going to be spent, what was going to be cut. By what authority? None. Zero authority to take $425 billion, which we tracked in the 12 subcommittees that they either froze, terminated, or paused in some way. That's not what we do here. That's not the process. We can hammer out stuff. The chairman will say, look, we can't go here. But, I'll say, well, maybe we can go there. How do we come to a meeting of the minds? That is done every day with the Appropriations Committee. And it has been done over the years. And that is what is being abrogated.
And that is all of that, once again, going back to what is public. Your hearings are public. Our debates are public. And what you had here was perhaps a private meeting.
No.
It was, so in that,
We did have, yes, we did.
did you have a ranking member? There seems to be disagreement on that.
We had no hearings on the rescission package.
No hearings on it.
None.
And that's it.
I want to make sure that's back. No, we had hearings and meetings regarding what the administration was doing, not specifically on the
Shut up.
So you had no hearings.
The hearings on appropriations.
because the law, which is being followed, the 1974 law, created this process of rescission. Now, I would, by the way, agree with, I think both of you. I like congressional process, but I would also argue that there has been so much misspent money that this is why the administration administration felt obligated to bring this rescission
You
back.
can't willy-nilly do that. I just have to say this. No, the 45 days, yes, is legal. They're abusing and in violation of the Impoundment Control Act. But the 45 days is legal. However, that says you have to come back and say to the Congress, this is what I want to do, and you have to have a process that follows that. None, zero, nada. This I have to hear it. I mean, I feel for you because you guys have worked so hard, and with a very strict fair and majority, it's going to be gone. Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Ledger. Mr. Princess, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I could probably go on for hours disagreement, but I gave a too long, as my colleagues pointed out, a too long soliloquy the last time we had the rescissions back together. I will just note it was kind of fun to listen. My staff hates it, my wife hates it, but I have this thing about music lyrics off in my head. So Billy Hill, who wrote The Glory of Love, and Eddie Goodman, who originally recorded it, would have loved your reference, ranking member, when you said you got to give a little and you got to get a little. It comes from that song as an original piece of musical artwork. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back. I always enjoy listening.
No, I was singing that. I do too, and now you're gonna make me have that song in my head. Tell me that, gotta get Mr. Jack. Hey, come on.
No, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just, as the freshman, I'm always the last member to ask questions, but if I could, Chairman, Ms. Millar, just give you an opportunity to offer a closing statement, closing kind of message as it relates to why it's so important to ratify these rescission
I
clauses.
appreciate it. I'll be well, just for the record also, if I may, I was just, Mr. Nicholas said that the only, outlet that covered the zip code, it was also covered by the politics, it was covered by it was coming from Miami and Lakeville. So I'm just saying that there was other avenues left. I just wanted to make sure that was in the record. It was a television play. But there are multiple outlets. Thank you, sir. Look, we've discussed this now. Where I totally agree with the ranking member is that, to me, the best process is the appropriations process, and which is what we're starting to do. But it would be completely just not serious to not understand that, in particular the last 4 years, the amount of money that was spent and wasted was just really offensive. And I know that there's so much concern about the administration using a legal process established in law to come up with $9 billion worth of reductions. But I don't remember the outrage. And I repeat this, I think it's an important note. I do not remember the outrage about the abuse of process when the previous president spent money that was neither authorized nor appropriated, and the Supreme Court said it's unconstitutional, and he continued to do it, and there was no outrage then. Getting back, however, to this particular issue, it's a $9 billion rescission. It went to the House. I think the Senate would find it, which is part of this process. It's in front of us today. Do I think that cutting $9 billion to make sure that we are spending money wisely is too severe of a cut? Absolutely not. Do I think this is a step in the right direction? Absolutely. Do I agree with some of my colleagues that I think all of us would like to get back to, again, the appropriations process? And the good news is that under the leadership of Tom Cole, and yes, the committee ranking member, we are working through that process as we speak. But for the issue at hand, $9 billion rescission to get us back on track, to make sure that we are spending wisely, that we're spending without wasting money, is a good step in the right direction. So thank you for the opportunity. I think this is something that merits our support, our vote, and I would ask for your support. And thank all of you who serve on this committee for the save money as well in areas where we can save money, and I think there are a number of areas. And if we talk about the area that Chairman Quillis put me in giving the responsibility and the privilege of chairing that subcommittee, as I mentioned before, you're going to see the bill that passed out of subcommittee, a 22% reduction, while I strongly believe we are doing more to confront the adversaries of the United States. We are fulfilling our obligation to our allies, but we're doing so without wasting money and making sure that it is aligned with the national security interests of the United States. And so that process is ongoing. This, and again, I respect folks who don't want to cut anything. I get that, or who don't like the specific cuts in this proposal. I get that as well. I respect that. But I think it's important to mention, once again, that this is within the law that was passed by Congress in 1974. And so again, I think what we're looking at here is an important step in that realignment to make sure that money's, particularly in the area that I'm directly responsible for, which is again foreign policy, that it is aligned with our national security interests, national interests, and that, in my view, is again supporting our allies without wasting money, confronting our adversaries, but making sure that we do it in a way that is fiscally responsible. It can be done. Sir, a little while ago I talked about, I'm very proud of the bill that we're in right now, the CR, which we weren't under a CR, but we are. That bill actually cut 6%, spends 6% less than the previous year. And I heard all these horror things that were going to happen. No, on the contrary. But when you spend less taxpayer money, you do it efficiently, and you fulfill your obligations, everybody wins. This today is a step in that direction.
Thank you very much for your commentary and for all your hard work on behalf of the American people and for everyone on the Appropriations Committee and for what you do. It's really hard work. The reality is most taxpayers don't even know where their hard-earned tax dollars are going. The size and the scope of the federal government is beyond most Americans' mindset. And I think what we've been through in the last 6 or 7 months has been quite a experience in accounting and accountability, shining a bright light on some things that people assumed were happening with programs and weren't. I mean, it's certainly been educational for even members of Congress, some of the things that have been uncovered at the front end of the year. So I really, truly believe that this is a step in the right direction. This is important legislation and a priority to set going forward. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Langworthy. I have just 1 or 2 questions I'd like to ask and a couple of comments. I want to thank you, Mr. Diaz-Balart, particularly. I thank the ranking member for being here too, but I want to thank you for saying that government programs are not free. Those programs are paid for by hard-working taxpayers. I make that point all the time. The money that the federal government spends is not manna from heaven. It is taken from hardworking taxpayers. And there's a lot of talk going on now about recent elections in New York about how there is going to be an increase in government spending. And I think we do have a truth to that in terms of taking money from some and giving it to others. And I agree with President Trump that that's generally defined as communism. And yes, there is a common good, but the American people are the most generous people in the world, and they are willing to help others who need their help. And we've seen that over and over and over again. So there's generosity for public good. I've given contributions to public radio and public TV, but I don't think it's fair to take money from some to give it to those programs. I just want to get one major thing in the record. We're hearing a lot about these horrible, what's happening to the government in terms of the horrible increase of $4 trillion that was just passed in the big beautiful bill. I haven't heard anybody talk about, or maybe I think Mr. Scott touched on it before. please tell us how much was spent under President Biden with not one single Republican vote? And how much was added to the debt as a result of the reconciliation bill passed by Democrats and President Biden?
And again, I want to make sure that I have an accurate response to that. I will get you the exact number, but I think, to your point, it was so much money that it actually created the largest spike in inflation in decades, precisely because of the amount of money that was spent. And I will get. I think I want to. You probably do it. I want to show my.
It was $11 trillion that was spent under President Biden, and $6 trillion was added to the debt.
And there is no argument and no debate that inflation skyrocketed for the first time since, I believe, the Jimmy Carter administration.
That's true.
And by the way, that is not. You want to know? I have tried to be very accurate in answering questions, and I think the questions are important. And I also tried to avoid getting into other subject matter. But since it was brought up so many times, in the district that I represent, if the Big Beautiful Bill had not passed and become law, and I don't represent a wealthy district, the tax increase to the average family in the district that I represent was going to be 24%. Thank you.
Thank you. Very quickly. Is there anyone else seeking to testify on the Senate amendment to H.R. 4?
Madam Chair, may I say something?
Thank you, Ms. Moore. I don't have any questions for you.
No, I don't want to. I was asking a question. I was asking if I can say something. I'm here testifying as well.
Well, I think we've gone way over with your side, so thank you very much. Seeing none, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting.
It's volumes. What we don't. Oh, I do want to see if I can put in the record. Cutting the State Department and USA, they will put every American at risk. Thus, both appropriations process has to be less bipartisan. I think it speaks volumes of where this administration wants to go.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Without objection, the committee stands in recess for 10 minutes or so. Thank you.
process I've ever seen in my life. The rule in front of us, and I have to say, the meaningless resolution that came out of thin air, we never noticed. I mean, I'm still going through it. There's some language I don't like, but I mean, at the end of the day, I have to get on it and look at it, and while it looks like a bill, it isn't. It's a resolution, a non-binding resolution. This is a small screen. It is a glorified press release. Not a put on the full file. I think we would all welcome an hour of debate on this topic because the American people want us to be talking about this. They're quite frankly very disappointed after all the years of Trump and the Attorney General and now the FBI hyping this conspiracy theory up. They want to have a full debate on this. But I have a couple of questions about the resolution, and maybe Madam Chair or maybe Mr. Norman, whoever wants to answer them can. But does this have the force of law?
You know, Democrats are so desperate to use the serious issue of sex trafficking to score political points. They're speaking out both sides of your mouths almost in real time. And we really don't have any tolerance for attacks on the resolution. It's a sound, good faith resolution that ensures protections for victims and innocent witnesses. If your qualm is that this is a resolution and not a bill, then why did you all offer Representative Veazey's resolution just 3 nights ago? You weren't attacking resolutions in their force or effect just nights ago. Democrats are now attacking the same type of vehicle they supported on Monday night. This resolution sends a clear signal and carries considerable weight to the full scope of this debate.
So, for those watching at home, the answer is no. And just let me respond with a couple of things. One, we tried to offer you an amendment that would have done something, and you rejected it. Then we offered a non-binding option, which you also rejected. Two, a bill didn't exist then. A bipartisan bill currently does exist by Mr. Khanna and Mr. Masson. So a non-binding resolution wasn't good enough for you a week ago, but now there's a bill available. You take it. You want to avoid voting on that legislation. I guess the other question is, what happens if the administration doesn't follow any of the suggestions in this non-binding resolution? What's the recourse?
Well, I think there's a time limit on the resolution, and if the administration does not adhere to that time limit, then we will deal with the issue at the time.
So in other words, nothing. But let me ask another question. Since this can't be brought up for debate tomorrow, or tonight. What day next week will this be on the floor?
Well, that will be announced.
When?
And the majority leader will make that announcement.
So can you guarantee us and to everybody watching that this will absolutely be brought up on the floor next week?
That's the majority leader's decision to make.
Yeah. I mean, millions of people are focused on this issue, and millions of people are angry that there's been inaction, and so we have a non-binding resolution that doesn't have the force of law, and we can't get a guarantee or even a guesstimate as to when this might be brought up. And furthermore, we can debate the rule on this non-binding resolution, but that's it. There's no debate like we have on most bills, where people can get up and discuss the pros and cons and what this bill means. I got to tell you, I don't think again, I mean, this is a loophole. This is cover, and I get it. My friends on the committee who voted against trying to do something more significant, not only in this committee but also on the House floor, are getting some pushback from your constituents. I get it, but I got to tell you, I don't think your constituents are a cheap date. I think they will see this for what it is. But Madam Chair, in a moment, I'm going to offer an amendment to the rule which will strike the brand new non-binding resolution on Epstein and instead provide for immediate consideration of H.R. 4405, the Bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act introduced by Representatives Khanna and Massey. I've been listening to what people have to say about releasing the Epstein files, and I'm sure you have as well. People don't want more empty promises of future action. They've seen this movie before. They know how it ends. They want direct, decisive action by Congress, and they want it now. So let me explain this to people at home. This resolution they are offering is a cover vote, and I'll be surprised if they even bring it to the floor. It's Republicans pretending to do something because they're feeling heat at home. The bipartisan bill that we are offering, H.R. 4405, isn't another empty promise. Like your resolution, which again, your leadership may never even bring to the floor. I'm surprised you're coming to the Rules Committee without a date certain when this is coming up. But what we're doing with the Khanna-Massey bill is not kicking the can down the road. It is a bipartisan bill that would direct the Attorney General to release the Epstein files within 30 days. It details exactly which records to release and ensures nothing is hidden to protect people in power while protecting the privacy of the victims. If you've been listening to your constituents this week, you know that this bill is what they're asking for, not some weak, non-binding resolution to protect yourself from an awkward vote. So a vote for my amendment is a vote to bring a bipartisan bill to the floor that would actually release the Epstein files and not the glorified press release that you are proposing today. A vote against my amendment is a vote to give Republican members a fit leave so they can move on from this issue like President Trump asked them to do. Now, we may hear arguments from Republicans that this amendment isn't technically germane, and I can understand why you'll try to hide behind germaneness because you don't want to take this vote. But the Rules Committee has a long history of allowing votes on non-germane amendments, including when I was chair, and allowed Republicans to offer amendments on resolutions of inquiry. We took the votes. That's what we do here in the Rules Committee. Germaneness was never enforced on minority motions. So don't pretend that we cannot add this bill to the rule. Of course we can. You could have done it yourselves, or you could do it right now by voting for my amendment. It's that simple. The fact of the matter is, you don't want to vote on actually releasing the Epstein files, not up here and not on the floor. And what are you afraid of? And for anyone who raises a point of order on germaneness, just know that you're going to be extra famous for going above and beyond to block this bill from going to the floor. If one of you drew the short straw and makes a point of order, and this amendment is ruled out of order, I intend to appeal the ruling of the chair to ensure that this bill will come to the floor. Let me be clear, a vote against appealing the ruling of the chair is a vote to block the bipartisan bill to actually release the Epstein files. And look, all of you know what the right thing to do is here. Listen to your constituents, listen to your conscience. Don't get bullied by your leadership and by this president. Why would anybody want to stop this bill from getting a vote? So I hope my Republican colleagues have been listening to their constituents. Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee strike all after the resolve clause of the rule, which deems as adopted a brand new non-binding resolution on Epstein and instead provides for the immediate consideration of H.R. 4405, the Bipartisan Epstein Files Transparency Act, under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate.
Mr. McGovern, again, you're trying to characterize how we vote and why we vote, but it's very interesting to see you suddenly express interest in Jeffrey Epstein's crimes, given that President Biden had 4 years to take meaningful action and did nothing. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, our colleagues tried to weaponize this discussion earlier this week as an attempt to derail the passage of the most significant crypto legislation in history. The amendments offered earlier this week were significantly lacking in protections for victims, whistleblowers, and innocent witnesses. I support this resolution which we've introduced tonight, which requires the release of credible information, protects whistleblowers and victims of sexual abuse, and finally allows the whole world to review the full details of everyone involved in the heinous acts connected to Jeffrey Epstein. It's clear this resolution is entirely necessary. It's a good faith effort that's rooted in accountability in the right ways and for the right reasons, unlike the prank Democrats pulled earlier this week. I look forward to working with the Trump administration to ensure that justice is finally served.
Madam Chair, I do with just all due respect, the bill that we're offering does provide protections for victims, number one. And number two, it wasn't Democrats that have been weaponizing this for years. It has been Republicans, including the President of the United States, including the current director of the FBI, including every kind of MAGA, right-wing influencer has been talking about releasing the file. And so, again, with all due respect, I urge that my colleagues support our amendment, and I'm happy to.
Madam Chair, is the amendment a bill?
It's a bill.
It is a bill, okay. And Madam Chair, unless I'm mistaken, a bill would then actually have to go to the Senate and then would be subject to signature of the President of the United States. Is that correct? And therefore, if his amendment is adopted, it would be weeks before, months, actually before anything would be done, because it would have to go to the Senate and it would be subject to the signature of the President of the United States. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
That is correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we know who's playing the game.
It would have the power of a law. Your bill has
Only upon the signature of the President.
Can the gentleman give me the date that he intends to bring up his non-binding resolution to the floor? Can you tell us? We're going to be in next week.
We've told you that. We'll be happy.
Yeah, you argued that it's up to the majority leader. It's hard for me to believe that nobody asked the majority leader when you intend to bring this up. I mean, that's not a hard question. You noticed us what was coming up to the rules during next week. Much ado about nothing. So, I mean, and you've limited debate on this so that we only have an hour on the rules. So clearly, it's not like it's a timing issue. So I think it would be helpful to know that question. Maybe while we're having this debate, someone can call the majority leader's office and maybe get an answer.
Again, Madam Chair, I just want to make sure I understand. His motion, if adopted, would then send the piece of legislation to the Senate, and that would be months. And it would be the Senate majority leader then that would have to schedule for a piece of legislation to go to the piece of legislation to go to the floor. And then it would be subject to the signature of the President of the United States. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But I just want to make sure I was correct about what your motion actually does instead of what you're saying it does.
Why don't we put it on the floor to see whether we get a veto-proof majority? Your bill does nothing. It's a resolution. It's a glorified press release. And you may be satisfied with that. Maybe some people who have been reaching out to you and putting pressure on you to do something might be satisfied with that. I'm willing to bet you the majority of people who are watching this, including Republicans, will not be satisfied.
Facts are separate things, aren't they? Your proposal requires months, and then requires a signature of the President.
It doesn't require much. It can move quickly. The Senate can take this up immediately if they want to.
It's only
30 days.
Mr. McGovern, this is a very similar document to what you offered on Monday, and
I don't think the point of order is timely anymore, so I insist on a vote on
your amendment. Okay, before we take that vote, the question, yes, well, he's asked for a vote on his motion, and I'm going to call for a vote on his motion since he has done that. So the question is on the amendment from Mr. McGovern. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion, Chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs.
to total. 4 yeas, 9 nays. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have another amendment to the rule. I move the committee add a new section to the rule providing for immediate consideration of H.R. 4405, the bipartisan Epstein File Transparency Act under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate. Okay, you didn't want to place your non-binding resolution. Fair enough, I guess. How about also providing for consideration of a bill that would actually release the Epstein files? Again, I ask again, why would anybody be against bringing this bill to the floor? We can bring both.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Griffin.
I'm trying to figure out where we are, Madam Chair, and we didn't have a written copy of the previous amendment. I don't have a written copy of this one. Is this amendment different than the previous amendment?
Yes.
And which bill? I thought the original amendment was.
This one allows your non-binding meaningless resolution and a real bill with the force of law. So you debate two.
But it's the same bill that you were talking about previously.
Correct.
All right, that was my inquiry, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Which has been available for 2 days online, unlike your resolution.
And unlike your amendment of last week or earlier this week. Madam Chair, point of order.
Mr. Griffin.
Is this amendment germane to the resolution?
Yeah, that's not a timely point of order.
I'm sorry?
It's not a timely point of order.
Point of
Discussion and,
previous was a point of parliamentary inquiry. Now I'm doing a point of order. I discussed parliamentary inquiry so I can figure out what we're doing.
nobody reserved a point of order.
Mr. McGovern, you did not give us something in writing which caused confusion among the members, and therefore there were questions being asked. So it is a timely point of order.
To bring practice and precedent of this debate. I'm just telling you.
Madam Chair, I disagree with the assertions of the ranking member because of the confusion. How can I make a point of order when I don't know what we're doing because I don't have it in writing? I could not make a point or reserve a point on something I don't know what it is. Now I know what it is, I make a point of order.
But I agree with Mr. Griffith that you created confusion, Mr. McGovern. Therefore, the committee will suspend. While we try to sort out the confusion you've created. The rule provides for consideration of our resolution, not a bill. Therefore, the amendment is not germane.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Mr. McGovern appeals the ruling of the chair. The question is on the appeal of the ruling of the chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the notice have it, the amendment is not agreed to.
Just for a roll call.
The gentleman asked for a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Miss Gallen. Miss Gallen, aye. Mr. Negus. Mr. Negus, aye. Miss Leisure Fernandez.
Its motion would actually require us a binding resolution. That's not
Point of order.
Lots of picture.
yeah.
Miss Leisure Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The appeal of the ruling of the chair is not agreed to. Is there any other amendment or discussion?
And I've never seen I've never seen a majority in this committee so intent on trying to deny anything from coming to the floor for a real debate and vote. But in a moment, I'm going to offer
Point of order.
an amendment. What's the point of order?
Well, gentleman was recognized for amendment, that he's speaking on the amendment before it's called.
He said discussion or amendment.
We don't have an amendment.
Yes, in a moment, I'm going to offer an amendment to convert this non-binding resolution to an actual bill that could have the force of law. This non-binding resolution is completely meaningless, as I've said. If you actually want the Epstein files to become public, pass an actual bill that can become law. Make this real. Again, my motion will be to provide a rule for your own text, as flawed as it is, just as a bill instead of a resolution. And a no vote on my motion would just show that you don't actually want the Epstein files to be released. So, Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee strike all after the resolve clause of the rule, which deems as adopted a brand new non-binding resolution on Epstein, and instead provide for immediate consideration of the same exact text converted to an actual bill, an HR instead of an HRES, under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate.
Point of order. Germaneness. And if I'm allowed to speak to the germaneness,
You are allowed to speak.
the reason I made my objection earlier is, and maybe the Rules Committee does things differently than most legislative bodies, but you put the amendment out there first so that if there's a point of order, the whole point of a point of order, and the reason that Jefferson gave the rules in the parliamentary practice and procedure by Jefferson is to make this place efficient. Instead of having speeches given on something that's not in order, you're supposed to cut to the chase. And this is not germane, and it shouldn't have a soliloquy going in front of it. I yield.
I agree with Mr. Griffith. The rule provides for consideration of one resolution, not a bill. Therefore, the amendment is not germane.
I appeal the ruling of the chair. I want everybody on record on these things, so I appeal the ruling of the chair.
The question is on the appeal of the ruling of the chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Would like a roll call, please.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Negus. Mr. Negus, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair.
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
And the noes have it. The appeal of the ruling of the chair is not agreed to.
And Madam Chair, I just again want to reiterate the point I made earlier. I've been on this committee for a long time, and I've never seen anything quite like this, and it is really disappointing. I yield back. I know others may have said.
Madam Chair, can I speak to the...
You're recognized, Ms. Gill.
Thank you. I mean, I do think it's important that we have a little context here. Mr. McGovern has mentioned that our constituents are saying they want to see the release of the Epstein files. I suspect your constituents are saying the same thing, and that's why it is important that this be something that actually has the force of law rather than the glorified press release that doesn't even have to go to the Senate, as Rep. Scott so kindly pointed out. But while we've been here, there's a little additional context that's been added, so I'd seek unanimous consent to enter a Wall Street Journal article dated today, July 17th. It was released at 6:45 p.m. after we started here. It's entitled, Jeffrey Epstein's Friends Sent Him Bawdy Letters for a 50th Birthday Album. One was from Donald Trump, and there's a fairly interesting, some might even say titillating article attached. But so I would seek unanimous consent to enter that in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. And I think it really goes to the question that is sort of consuming the country at this point, which is, what did the president know and when did he know it?
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Does any other member wish to speak?
Sure.
Mr. Norman.
As the chair brought up, this is really kind of hypocritical for y'all at this point. You've had 4 years to bring it up. Where was your inquiry then? Where were the facts? As you know, the public's not letting this die. This is coming out. And so, as that article, now the president's saying it's artificial intelligence, that will be proven in due time. But this has got a date on it. that this has got a date that contains most of the things that Massey and Rocana had. I thought Mr. Neguse had a good point about some language in here that he thought was, I think it was some of the information could be excluded. Bottom line, this is going to be debated in the public. It's got a 30-day time limit on it. And it's got a 30-day time limit.
Vote.
That's not for me to call, mister. And I'm not going to debate you on this. All I'm going to say is this, I know y'all's intent. Had it been important during previous administration, you would be, on it as you would have so many other things. You didn't care. This is after one man, and it's going to come out. The Wall Street Journal, you're going to have other things, and that wouldn't be debated in the public. So, I don't know, I guess it's what you want is just, you're hammering on this because you think you got some political gain on it. The American people are going to judge the end results. And I think when all the facts come out, let them judge it. All of us are transparent. And so, I think had you brought this up over the previous years, this president's been in office now for 4 months, 5 months, and you ripped him apart when you could, but it's not working, and the American people know it. This is going to come out. We would not have even brought this up if it would. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Norman. Representative Ferguson. Any further discussion? Hearing none.
No. Miss.
Oh, sorry, Miss Ledger Fernand.
Oh, no, sorry, Mr. Nichols. No, was first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess first, just a couple of questions that I think our side of the aisle, as we're reviewing the resolution that we just received about 15 minutes ago, have. I think the first that Mr. McGovern was articulating, and there was a bit of an exchange back and forth, and so I do think it's helpful to clarify this to the public. The resolution, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Griffith or for Mr. Norman, the resolution that's been introduced, does it have the force of law? That is to say, it's a resolution, right? So it's not a bill. This was the exchange that Mr. Scott and Mr. McGovern were having, Ranking Member McGovern were having. Because it's not a bill, while I understand the resolution includes language, shall, directing the Attorney General, is it your position that the resolution functions as a bill? I guess I'm trying to understand how this would enact any kind of compliance from the department, because it's a sense of Congress essentially. And so, how does the administration, if it passes the House, is the Attorney General legally obligated to then comply with the sense of Congress? And if I might, Madam Chair, I'm happy to yield. Mr. Griffith?
I would submit to the gentleman that part of the same concern I have with CRA is that if it's a bill, it has to go to the president, who appoints the Attorney General for signature. It's always going to be an issue. The legislative body needs to make decisions for itself. This calls on them to take action 30 days after passage. And then further, we put this in there specifically to try to answer that question. I'm looking on page 5 of this draft. Urges the relevant House committees to initiate formal investigations into any obstruction, suppression, or delay of the file's release. So, while it would be accurate that a bill would have the full force and effect of law, what this says on behalf of the House is that should we not get the information that we are saying needs to be released, demands that it be released, that we would then urge all relevant House committees. Unfortunately, the Rules Committee is not in a position to demand. We are urging, and if the body does it, they've got a little bit more clout, but we're urging all relevant House committees, and we in my own mind, at least debated, and I think some of the others were in agreement on this. Jurisdiction may be judiciary, it may be oversight. Bottom line is, House committees are being urged to initiate formal investigations in the obstruction, suppression, or delay of the file's release of the Epstein and I want information related to the charges in the investigation into both him and his sidekick.
I want to reclaim. Thank you, Mr. Griffin. And I mean it in all sincerity. I just know the chair is will I get in trouble with the chair. I'm just long. So, I guess what I would just suggest is that if we know that a bill has the force of law, that there is no wiggle room, that the Attorney General would be required to comply with a bill because it's a federal statute, if in fact it makes its way through the entire process. And we have a bill that Mr. Massey, Republican, has introduced. That, I think, is the vehicle, not a resolution that is a sense of Congress that ultimately, I hear your point, the accountability mechanism that you put in the bill, which is essentially urging the committees to investigate. I'm sure you could recognize the skepticism, we would have on our side of the aisle. I'm sure you feel the same way about, Republican-controlled Congress investigating, the president and taking that step. But my view is that is the most salient difference here, is that Mr. Massey and Mr. Khanna's bill has the force of law. There is no escaping it. The president and the Attorney General would have to comply with it. The second thing I would say is there are two provisions in the resolution that concern me. There was a reference to this by Mr. Norman. One is that in the permitted withholdings section, and neither of these are in Mr. Massey and Mr. Khanna's resolution, the language says that the Attorney General may withhold or redact the segregable portions of records that, and then you go to subsection G, subparagraph G, are demonstrably false or unauthenticated. So basically what this resolution says is that if Attorney General Bondi decides that there's information in those files that she thinks is false or unauthenticated, that information would then not be published to Congress or to the American people. The President of the United States right now, tonight, is posting on Truth Social and elsewhere that the Wall Street Journal article that was just quoted by Ms. Scanlon, that's fake, that's false, what he's claiming. Which means that that's the exact type of information that the Attorney General would deem excludable from any kind of provisioning to the public. And so what I had said to Mr. Norman is while I understand some of these other provisions that quote specifically the federal rules of criminal procedure, for example, grand jury testimony, I think that provision is problematic. The second provision that I think is problematic is subsection F. Subsection F says, again, this is the Attorney General may withhold or redact the segregable portions of records that contain information specifically authorized under criteria established by an executive order to be kept secret in the interest of national defense or foreign policy and are in fact properly classified pursuant to such executive order. The issue is there's no standards by which we can evaluate the propriety of the president's executive order. So if the president issued an executive order tomorrow and establishes criteria in his own judgment, says, I think that the criteria should be A, B, and C, that if it qualifies for A, B, and C, it's in the national interest, the national defense of our country, that should be excluded, then they can exclude it. And I guess my point would be, if I'm inaccurate about this, I mean this in good faith. If this language is in the Massey resolution, the Massey bill, and I'm mistaken on that, but I don't think, it's not. So I think those provisions are problematic the way that they have been framed and phrased. And I think had they been constructed specific to federal statutes, similar to the rule of 6E, a federal rule of criminal procedure with respect to grand juries, then I think it'd be a different story. But I am concerned about those provisions, and so I'm happy to use them, ranking them.
I thank the gentleman. There's nothing in this resolution that directs any committees to do any investigations. And
the gentleman will yield. If the gentleman will yield.
Let me finish my thought.
Let's be careful. I'll recognize.
He yielded to me. Yeah, no. And there's nothing here in your resolution, your request to do anything. And I don't want you to sell the Rules Committee short. because the Rules Committee has a lot more power than I think you realize. And if you look at the rule book, Rule 10, Clause 1, the jurisdiction of this Rules Committee is primarily over propositions to make or change the rules, to create committees, and to direct them to make investigations. So we have the power to do that if we wanted to. I just wanted to make, because I'm very proud to be a member of this committee, and I think it has a lot more power than sometimes people give it credit of average. So,
And if the gentleman would yield to me, I would appreciate it. Ranking Member's correct. I misstated the bill. I apologize for that. I recognized it, which is why when he started talking, I said, hey, wait a minute. I was trying to get in, but I did misstate the language of the bill, but it certainly is the intent of the bill is that if action is not taken, there will be subsequent action. And whatever appropriate committee it's supposed to be in, that's where we will take it. And so I apologize to those members that I've looked at a lot of different things today, and I got my wires crossed, and that's my fault and nobody else's. So I take responsibility for that, and I apologize to the members of the committee that I made a mistake. It was not an intentional misleading of this committee. I would hope that you all know I would never intentionally do it. I might be wrong, but at the time I say something I think is accurate, and I did not mean to mislead this committee, and I apologize.
No offense taken, and I thank the gentleman as well. And I would just say, I think that I've articulated, in my view, the many different provisions of this resolution that are problematic. And I guess I would just say that in closing, there's a Republican-led Republican-led bill by Mr. Massey. It has the support of multiple Republicans in your caucus. Certainly has the support of Democrats as well. Partisan, it has the force of law, and I think it deserves a vote on the floor. And I hope my colleagues will join us in signing the discharge petition for that bill.
Mr. Neguse, Section F and Section G are both in the Massey resolution.
No, they're not. Madam Chair, I have the Massey.
Can you point me to the?
I'm not sure if they're in exactly the same place, but my understanding is that those two clauses are in the Massey resolution.
And I think the gentleman, I will look. I have the resolution here, so I will go back.
Thank you.
I would just ask for clarification. I don't believe G is in there. I believe F is in there in slightly different wording without the executive order. Executive order first sentence with some national security language, which is language that is similar. And I get your point.
Exactly.
The executive order.
Point. Not that there are. So I guess if the chairman will indulge me, there only 30 seconds. But yes, subsection G is not in the Massey. That language is not, and there's not rooted in any statutory basis. So that it's just the idea that the Attorney General gets to decide what she believes is false, and she can exclude it. And then with respect to the national security piece, I certainly concede. I'm not suggesting, and you're right, looking at the Massey resolution, Mr. Roy, that it does include a national security provision, but it does not provide this broad flexibility to issue the executive order. That was mine. But anyway, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse.
Chair.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're up here.
I'd like to begin by yielding time to my ranking member.
again, I think it's important. You could have instructed committees of jurisdiction to investigate, and you chose not to. But I just also want to make the point that we just gave you the opportunity to take your exact language, flawed as it is, and give it the force of law. And you all voted against that. I think that speaks volumes. I thank the gentlelady for yielding the yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I think that is precisely the issue that we are discussing. There is a bill that contains much of the same language, not exactly, that would have the force of law. And this committee, the Rules Committee, has the power to require that it be taken up immediately. And this committee is rejecting that. You rejected a motion before, and you have rejected an amendment which would require that H.R. 4405, which has the force of law, to require that the Epstein files be released. So, to the redactions. Mr. Scott had pointed out that there was no protection for the victims, and I will read from H.R. 4405. The law supposed to it says the
We did not offer that.
Mr. Scott.
We did not offer that.
Madam Chair's order. Madam Chair, order. Yes, I do not appreciate being yelled at because I was, Mr. Scott, you are not being recognized. This is my time, Mr. Scott. I am speaking, and what I am pointing out is that there was a motion to include a enforceable law to be voted on by the House of Representatives as to whether the House of Representatives, including every single Democrat and Republican in the House of Representatives, would require the release of the Epstein files. And you've rejected that. And in that law, that was the subject of the motion that you all voted no on, it did indeed protect the identity of the victims at C. Parens 1A. It did protect the identity of the victims. So this law that would have the force of law that could go to the floor and be voted on, you have rejected. And with regards to the additional point of whether the rules could require that any committee take this up, they already could require that any of the committees that are controlled by Republicans right now could take up the issue of whether or not the files are being withheld, manipulated. That is some of the oversight that this Congress is not doing of this administration. So you have the power and you have the ability to vote on it. So once again, to summarize, this committee has the power to require that an enforceable law be taken up and voted on. The language is the same, but you are instead choosing to move forward on some indefinite time. We're going to go home. It's going to be 6 weeks before we come back. On some indefinite time that there might be a vote. You're not even requiring, if you cared enough about this, you would have negotiated, because you've been negotiating all day today, haven't you? We haven't been in this rules committee because you've been negotiating. And I'm not going to say where you could, well, somebody negotiating, if I were in there negotiating, perhaps I would have required that there be a date certain by which this was heard. Would have required that it be something enforceable. Would have required that it not be basically a loophole that you could drive a parade through, let alone a Mack truck. The loopholes in here are huge. The whole resolution is huge. And I think that the issue with regards to what was reported in the Wall Street Journal, the key thing about that is that report discusses a birthday card that was sent after Epstein had already been indicted the first time around. And I would like to now see if any of my colleagues would like any additional time. And yield to my dear colleague from Colorado.
I think the gentlewoman, I certainly agree with all of her sentiments. And I think in real time now, I suspect some of my colleagues might talk about this, that announcement on social media regarding grand jury materials that the Department of Justice may seek to unseal. And I think, if anything, it's just it's emblematic of the prior conversation we were having, because the grand jury provision that's in the resolution, which would exclude all grand jury material, was not in the Massey bill, I should say. And now, obviously, this latest development, in some respects, adds to this conversation. So I think, again, it's a reminder that the provisions in this resolution are problematic.
Right, and the other problem about this resolution, and this is the issue, is right now it's the Attorney General who has refused to release the file, to release whatever information it is. And so their non-binding resolution gives all the authority to the Attorney General and the President, who can then continue to obfuscate, continue reviews. And I think that this is one of those issues where the voters are smarter than this. The voters can read through something that is non-binding, that doesn't require, that is simply, somebody called it a glorified press release, right? I think the voters are smarter than that and will recognize that what has been presented here, it's a bunch of words on paper that are not enforceable. And there's not even a date when the House will take it up. And every other rule that we passed in this House, it goes, we know when it's gonna be heard. It's gonna be heard tomorrow, or it's gonna be heard Wednesday. We get a schedule, we know it's on. And once again, Madam Chair, we have no schedule for this, is that correct?
Well, Ms. Leisure Fernandez, I think what we're going to see is that this resolution has had much more of an impact than you are giving it credit for. And so I would suggest that we fairly soon have a vote on this, and then we move on, because I believe we will get the result that we want, which is a clear exposition of any materials that are out there regarding Jeffrey Epstein. So, thank you all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was whether there was a date for this.
I'm saying to you, yes, there is a date, not a date necessarily when this is going to be heard next week on the floor, but there was a date in the resolution. And as I said, I believe what you're going to learn shortly is that the effect of this resolution is much stronger than any of you had expected it to have.
So there's no date for this to be heard. There is a date that is on the paper here, but that date goes from, that date doesn't begin we don't count the dates until we actually pass the resolution. So if we don't have a date for the passing of resolution, it could be never. I guess that's the problem, if there's no date. And I'll yield to a colloquy with I've never gotten to have a colloquy with you.
Oh, well, I'm honored.
Friend from Colorado, and I know you love doing that.
I'm honored, and I guess you can perhaps close the hearing shortly here in the same fashion in which we started it, which was Mr. Norman. I think he said this isn't going away, and I completely agree with him. And what I would say is we're talking about operative dates. The operative date is that the Tom Massey Ro-Khanna bill and the discharge petition that Mr. Massey has filed will become ripe. And, I'm hoping that votes are scheduled tomorrow so that that petition becomes ripe next week, so that we can vote on it. But irrespective of the Republican calendar and how votes are calendared, it will become ripe soon. And every member of the House will have an opportunity to weigh in one way or the other as to whether or not to sign on to that bipartisan resolution, that bipartisan bill that Mr. Massey introduced, and I'm certainly supportive of it.
Would you say?
Yes.
I yield back to you.
Well, I would also suggest that perhaps everybody who is supportive of this House resolution non-binding and believes that it is important to have that information released to go sign that discharge petition. You have power here, but you also have power by signing the discharge petition.
I was just going to ask the same question. With a show of hands, how many of you are going to sign the discharge petition?
We've all signed it.
Okay. Nobody. Okay. But there'll be a bipartisan discharge petition that will be ripe. You'll be able to sign it when you come back from your break. I hope you will all sign it.
Thank you very much.
I'd also, as the old attorney me, I'd like to point out, let the record reflect that not a single one of the Republicans on the committee raised their hands in favor of the discharge petition. Not a single one of the members in the committee were willing to support the binding law if it were to pass the Massey Khanna HR 4405. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Hearing no further discussion, the question is on the motion from the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for roll call, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach?
Yeah.
Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Mr. Roy, aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Jack. Aye. Mr. Jack, aye. Mr. McGovern. No. Mr. McGovern, no. Miss Gallon. Miss Gallon, no. Mr. Amos. Mr. Amos, no. Miss Ledger Canamis. Ledger Canamis, no. Madam Chair.
Aye.
Madam Chair, aye.
The clerk will report the total.
My yeas, one ace.
And the motion is agreed to. Accordingly, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, will be managing this rule for the majority.
And I'll manage it for the minority if we ever get to it.
The chair will be receive a motion from the gentleman, Senator from Virginia.
We don't have the rule right.
Right there.
Well, okay. Let's go.
So actually, no, you ended up with this.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee grant a rule providing that the House should be considered to have taken from the Speaker's table H.R. 4, the Rescissions Act of 2025, the Senate amendment thereto, and to have concurred in the Senate amendment.
We need to make a statement before we move further. Attempts to amend this legislation at this stage in the process is solely to delay implementation of responsible governance and fiscal sanity. When my colleagues are aware, any amendment will compromise the privilege of this legislation in the Senate. Additionally, this is not an arbitrary deadline. It's essential that this legislation be signed into law by this weekend. Further, any amendments to this package regarding Jeffrey Epstein are not permitted. This Congress we've enacted historic savings for the American people, and we must act swiftly to hold Washington accountable and prioritize bloated government spending on programs that actually benefit taxpayers. So, we have a motion from the gentleman from Virginia. Discussion. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair, first of all, let me again express my concern about this committee. We are bringing a bill to this floor under martial law, and we're not even allowing it to be an hour debate. This is a bill that adversely impacts millions of people. Involves everything from public broadcasting to international health programs that actually save lives. And we're just gonna rush it through. And again, I think this is a lousy precedent. This is not the way on something this big. I mean, you heard the appropriations chair, ranking member, and the chair of the subcommittee. They have Ron Cruz on there. A whole bunch of other members in this chamber. So I'm expressing my frustration, not just at the process, but at the integrity of this committee. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 6, offered by Representative Zeros, which will strike the rescission of the International Disaster Assistance funding, provide the funding level as by the Senate Appropriations Committee fiscal year 2025. Worldwide, 300 million people are in need of humanitarian assistance due to natural and man-made causes. During these are inward displaced from Sudan. Hundreds of millions of children, 1 in 5 kids globally, are living in or fleeing from war zones. This amendment would protect funds for health and shelter for vulnerable people and their children fleeing dangerous conditions. And if basic humanity doesn't sway you, international disaster funds help improve our own national security
I urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Roll call, Madam Chair.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair.
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Noes have it. The amendment is not agreed.
Madam Chair, I have another amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 10 to the Senate amendment to H.R. 4 offered by Representative Johnson, which strikes the rescission of funds from the bilateral economic assistance funds appropriated to the President global health programs. I wish I could be specific about the devastating impact that these cuts will have. And let me be clear, cuts of this amount to these programs will be devastating. But as we heard in this hearing, the White House hasn't told us exactly what they intend to cut. This is a guessing game. This is an abdication of our duty here in Congress, and lives will be lost because of it. I urge a yes vote on my amendment. I yield back.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. So, in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Amendment's not agreed.
I ask for a roll.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair.
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 3 to the Senate amendment to H.R. 4 offered by Representative Titus, which strikes the paragraph that rescinds funding for the Assistance for Europe, Eurasia, and Central Asia account. Madam Chair, this awful bill will decimate support for Ukraine and partners in the region facing Russian aggression. I find it disgusting that Republicans in Congress have decided to cozy up with Putin and totally abandon the people of Ukraine. Ukraine and neighboring countries are defending fundamental freedoms, and the United States of America, under Republican control, is turning its back on them. I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment.
Ask for a roll call, Madam Chair.
Clerk will call the
Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse.
aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair.
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make an order amendment number 2 to H.R. 4. I move the committee make an order amendment number 2 to the Senate amendment to H.R. 4 offered by Representative Goldman, which strikes provisions that rescind funds for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. As we discussed earlier today, those funds are incredibly popular. Americans want us to continue funding the Corporation for Public Broadcasting for everything that it does that is in the good of the public, from making sure we have great educational programming to making sure that we have public radio stations in places like Alaska and Kansas and Nebraska, Colorado and New Mexico that aren't normally served by other radio stations, especially to get local news, to get emergency services. I would also point out, Madam Chair, that you made reference earlier to the fact that there was going to be something coming of the discussion we were having. And I noticed that President Trump is actually watching this and tweeted out with a picture of this committee that he was going to require that there be a grand jury testimony released. But I would note that in the Massey Hana bill, it's not just grand jury testimony. There's so much more that is required. What about the travel logs? What about what happened around the suicide? What happens around everything? And so this limited disclosure of material is not what would be included in the Epstein Transparency Act, which we should all support so that the full record is released.
Yeah, and
I would yield to my good friend from Colorado.
yeah, and just thank you to the gentleman for yielding the time. The point that I was trying to articulate earlier, this precise point that Ms. Ledger-Fernandez just said, which is that the announcement from the president and from the attorney general, this information is the very same information that would not have been allowed to be released under paragraph D of the resolution that was just deemed included in the rule. So that's the grand jury information that the attorney general says online, we'll see if she does this, that indicates she will seek a court order to release, right, protected grand jury information. That information is not allowed to be disclosed, or it's a permitted area of segregation of records under the resolution. So
I'd like to yield.
I yield back.
Yeah, and again, I want to associate myself with your remarks, and I'm not going to hold my breath that this administration on its own is going to do anything to shine light on the Epstein files. But in any event, to the amendment at hand, I want to point out to my colleagues that this bill fully eliminates federal funding for public TV and radio for the next 2 years. These are trusted sources of news and educational programming for millions of households. 42 million people listen to public radio weekly. 70% of the funding goes directly to over 1,500 locally owned public TV and radio stations across this country. This funding is particularly critical in rural areas where public stations are often the only source of local news. Just yesterday, after an earthquake and tsunami warning in Alaska, Senator Murkowski thanked local public broadcasting stations for, and I quote, giving Alaskans real-time updates and keeping us safe, end quote, and called for the Senate to vote down these misguided cuts. And I urge a yes vote on the Ledger-Fernandez amendment, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Ranking Member, for supporting this, because indeed we know that these radio stations are both beloved and essential. They are the public good, and we should be supporting those things which make America really a place of kindness and information and support for our public. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Ask for roll.
Roll call vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach.
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern. Mr. McGovern, I am Ms. Gallen. Ms. Gallen, I am Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, I am Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
A big word yet.
Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
And the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed. Is there further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, the question is on the motion from the gentleman from Virginia. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Good. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed.
As a roll call vote.
Mr. McGovern is for roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach.
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Jack. Mr. Jack, aye. Mr. McGovern.
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Gallen.
No.
Ms. Gallen, no. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, no. Madam Chair.
Aye.
Madam Chair, aye.
The clerk will report the total.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
And the amendment is agreed to. The motion to report is agreed to. Accordingly, I'll be managing the rule for the majority
I will for the minority.
and Mr. McGovern for the minority.
Do we know when we're going to the floor?
Right now. But okay. And so now is again. Without objection, the committee is
Said we're going to the point of the majority leader? Maybe you could ask him when we're bringing up the other bill. Okay, thank you.
okay. The meeting is adjourned.
Yes. Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from California, one of our most eloquent speakers, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've had a great debate between deficits and taxes, but deficits and taxes are two sides of the same coin. To spend $1, you must either tax it now or borrow it now and tax it later. Taxes and deficits are both driven by spending. This bill rescinds some of the most stupid spending in the entire federal government. These are the kindest cuts of all. Subsidies for state media and grants to corrupt NGOs for outrageous leftist foreign propaganda. Now, $9 billion comes to about $70 for an average American family. Now, do you think they'd prefer to spend that $70 on a new spare pair of shoes for their child or for, quote, girl-centric climate change programs in Brazil? That's the choice. Congress squanders hundreds of billions of dollars annually on destructive subsidies and useless grants like these. Let us finally take this first small step toward the solvency of our nation, relief for our people, and redemption for our Congress. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland and the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on the Judiciary, Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. McGovern, for yielding. The American people across the political spectrum are now demanding the release of the complete Epstein file. This is what President Trump and Vice President Vance and the whole Trump team was demanding up until the last couple of weeks when President Trump suddenly decided he wanted to sweep the whole thing under the rug. So there are now two approaches in Congress. We've got a bipartisan binding law which has teeth to compel disclosure of all the relevant material that America wants to see. But on the other hand, the Republicans in the Rules Committee just unveiled a meaningless, hortatory, fig leaf, Swiss cheese resolution that has no teeth at all. It doesn't even have dentures. It's all cavities, what they've offered. So we've got a choice now. We can go with a bill that would actually have teeth for enforcement or a meaningless hortatory resolution that has all the legal force of National Chrysanthemum Month. Now, the original Massey bill asks for a comprehensive release from the Attorney General, and it's binding, which means if they don't turn it over, we can go to court. It's comprehensive, includes everything from flight logs and travel records to individuals, including government officials, named or referenced in connection with all of Epstein's criminal activities, all of the entities involved. We want to know about all the immunity deals. And it even tries to deter and account for destruction, deletion, alteration, misplacement, or concealment of documents and records. All of that falls out of this fraudulent resolution they've thrown up at the last minute here. There's nothing in there except for a series of qualifying weasel words which are added to give complete unilateral subjective discretion to the Attorney General. Okay, 30 seconds square.
I yield to the gentleman.
To give complete discretion to the Attorney General to decide what should be in and what should be out. So it starts off by saying, whereas our resolution says all documents, records, and communications, theirs says all credible documents, records, and communications. Well, who's going to decide that? Attorney General Bondi, in conjunction with Donald Trump, who today said that a letter that he wrote to Jeffrey Epstein on his birthday, which was published, which has all of the indicia of credibility, is not credible. That wouldn't be included.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Real Epstein file.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas and Rules Committee member, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the chairwoman. So here we are. Democrats couldn't seem to find a single thing to say about Epstein when President Biden was in office, but now they want to make this the centerpiece of their entire conversation. The fact of the matter is right now, the fact of the matter is...
The House will be in order.
The fact of the matter is...
The gentleman will
true.
suspend.
The fact of the matter is they know it's
The gentleman
true.
will suspend.
Dispense.
The gentleman may proceed.
The fact of the matter is they know it's true. And right now what they don't want to do is have the American people focusing on the Republicans in Congress who are doing the thing they sent us here to do, which is end wasteful spending, to stop the ridiculous spending of a bureaucratic government that has been weaponized against the people. Dollars that are being used and wasted being sent around the world for $32,000 for transgender comic books in Peru. That's how they want to use taxpayer money. We're over here trying to make sure we're saving that money. Instead of having $5 million to fund tourism or $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt, or $2 million for sex changes and LGBT activism in Guatemala. Why should the people of Texas be paying for that instead of paying to clean up the flood in Texas? The fact of the matter is the people of Texas want their money to be used for the things they care about. But we listen to the minority leader come to the floor and lecture us about the virtues of public radio and public broadcasting. Yet, nevertheless, the truth is it took NPR through Texas Public Radio 19 hours to post anything about the flooding on its social media pages after the floods hit in Texas. What was NPR and Texas Public Radio doing that morning? They weren't breaking to talk about what was happening in Texas. They were running ads saying people should call Congress to fund them. But the private stations in Texas were breaking to release reports and to tell people what to do, because that's what private stations can do, because they respond to the people, because they're locally owned, they're locally run, and they're not run by the bureaucrats from this town. The fact is, we're going to save money for the American people and end the absurdity of this leftist propaganda being put out under public radio. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, my head's about to explode. That guy just voted to increase the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. And trying to blame Democrats for Jeffrey Epstein. Who was president when Jeffrey Epstein died in his cell? Donald Trump. And who's in charge now and blocking the release of the files? Donald Trump. So please, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
The House will be in order. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're witnessing a reckless, cruel, and short-sighted assault on American values, global leadership, and our constitutional responsibilities. Let's be clear, this is not a budget fix. It's a dangerous retreat from our role in the world. Foreign aid is just a sliver of our budget, but it saves lives, it prevents wars, and opens markets for American businesses. It's a smart investment in our national security. And as we speak, Mr. Speaker, there are millions of dollars of food that's been left rotting all over in ports, leaving massive numbers of people in conflict zones starving. And this is all due to the chaos and mismanagement of the White House. And this is not fiscal responsibility, it's moral failure. This bad bill pulls millions of children out of school, leaves small farmers without tools, wipes out access to clean water, and cuts off contraception for women and girls. Meanwhile, our adversaries are stepping in. China and Russia are seizing influence as we retreat. This bill sees Congress's power of purse, giving one man the authority to cancel funds we've already approved. I call us the disappearing Congress. And that's not how democracy works. It's how autocracy begins.
vote no on this very bad bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight is the culmination of months of work from House Republicans to defund left-wing state-sponsored media outlets like NPR. And during that process, we got to bring in leadership from these outlets, like the CEO of NPR, Catherine Marr, to testify before the House Oversight Committee. I got to ask her about a lot of her past public statements. It turns out she has a prolific Twitter history. She's written extensively about every single major woke buzzword that you could think of, including, quote, the ravages of late-stage capitalism, structural privilege, her own cis-white mobility privilege. Mr. Speaker, most Americans, including myself, didn't know what that meant until reading this. The politics of representation and, of course, toxic masculinity. She also wrote about herself, about one of her major pet peeves, which is whenever she goes on an airplane and finds out that the demographics are, quote, usually greater than 80% male, usually white. Mr. Speaker, that is flagrantly racist. She's written about how, quote, I do wish Hillary, meaning Hillary Clinton, wouldn't use the language of boy and girl. It's erasing language for non-binary people. Mr. Speaker, this is the person running the outlet the other side of the aisle wants our tax dollars to subsidize. And of course, she's written extensively about race, about how America is addicted to white supremacy, how she grew up feeling superior because she is white, how America begins in black plunder and white democracy. Mr. Speaker, this is directly from her own Twitter account. Mr. Speaker, nonpartisan news outlets are not run by lunatics like this. And Republicans are done using the power that voters give us to fund Democrat media machines. We're playing to win now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, that guy voted to add $4 trillion to the debt, too. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Mr. Meeks.
Thank you, Ranking Member.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 2 minutes. I'm sorry, sir. Gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. Mr. Speaker, this rescissions package is disastrous. It cuts $8 billion in life-saving and critical U.S. foreign assistance, including food assistance, access to clean water, and life-saving medicine. Let's stop pretending that this is about fiscal responsibility. This package is not about saving money. It's about selling a con yet again to the American people. The president claimed the United States was wastefully sending condoms to Gaza. The fact is that they were sending it to Mozambique to help stop the spread of HIV and AIDS. The president claimed that there was a wasteful $21 million grant to India. The fact is the grant never existed. And it goes on from there. The president claimed that there was a national emergency in Brazil to justify slapping a 50% tariff on a country where the U.S. runs a trade surplus for over a decade. There is no emergency. He shouted about the Epstein files, and now his administration is saying there are no such files. This all, once again, is to service a con to the American people. Let's be clear about what the Republicans are voting to defund today. Programs that help educate women and girls, programs that fight deadly diseases, food, clean water, humanitarian relief for the world's most vulnerable. Are we really going to take these things away from the most vulnerable with it? America's credibility in global leadership must not yield to this con. Let's get to the real waste. The real waste is incinerating 500 metric tons of expired aid sitting in warehouses meant to feed suffering children in Afghanistan and Pakistan. The real fraud is telling the American people that these cuts will help them, and they won't. The real fraud is letting Elon Musk...
The gentleman will suspend. Gentleman will suspend. The House is not in order. Gentleman may resume.
The bill forward is letting Elon Musk and his Doge minions wreak havoc on state and USAID after the president fired the independent watchdog at those agencies. This is not how you run and lead a country. This is how you run a scam on the American people. Let's call this for what it is. It's a con. Republicans claim that they're doing this to save taxpayer money, but as Mr. McGovern says continually, you cut $8 billion in foreign service, and then you add over $3-4 trillion to the American debt. It's a con.
The gentleman from New York yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we go again. Not talking about the subject at hand, but trying to distract people. Same old tired song and dance. Our friends revert to demonizing and misrepresenting the big, beautiful bill. They say you can't make this stuff up, but that's what they do. We're having one success after another, and it's driving our friends across the aisle to distraction. When they had full control of the levers of power just a few years ago, they expanded the federal government with an unprecedented $11 trillion in spending, $6 trillion of which has been added to the national debt. But what's most revealing is their refusal to articulate a single program, a single outlay, or a single area of federal spending they want to reduce on behalf of taxpayers. They want every single dime of taxpayer money. And they don't like the historic cutting of $1.6 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse in H.R. 1. They can't stomach the $9 billion here in discretionary cuts to wasteful spending. There's no upper limit to the amount of taxpayer dollars they'll throw at their government-centered schemes. How about $1 million? Can Democrats articulate a cut to a federal spending in the amount of $1 million? How about in the thousands, like the $500,000 for electric buses in Rwanda, or the $8,000 for promoting vegan food in Zambia that we're cutting now? They can't do it, and that's very unfortunate because it has dire consequences for our nation. The fact is we can't work in a bipartisan fashion to cut federal spending anymore, and that wasn't always the case. Our colleagues are addicted to a tax and spend formula that's been bankrupting our government. But we won't stand idly by. We won't wait on Democrats to take their heads out of the sand or wake up from this woke-induced coma. We're taking bold action at every level and in every facet of the federal government to get our federal spending under control. We'll do it $8,000 at a time when we have to, or $1.6 trillion at a time when we can. We've been given this mandate, and the American people are counting on us, and I reserve.
Lady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker and the Ranking Member, and I rise today in strong opposition to President Trump's reckless and destructive rescissions bill. The proposed $8 billion cut to global aid programs is not only a short-sighted betrayal of American leadership, but it is going to result in millions of people getting sick and losing their lives. If we continue to retreat from helping countries around the world, as this administration is doing, our adversaries like China will fill the vacuum. That makes us less powerful and less safe. But it's not just lives at risk abroad. Lives here will be lost too. By defunding the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, millions of Americans will no longer have access to our national emergency weather alert system. Simply put, Americans will die because of these cuts. In addition to gutting one of the last vestiges of independent journalism, which is only biased if you think the truth is biased, the Republicans are also defunding free children's educational programs enjoyed by millions around the country. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll reserve.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, are you 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams?
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise today in opposition to the rule to consider the rescissions package of 2025 and its reckless cuts to public broadcasting. You know, it's not hyperbole to say that public broadcasting saves lives during emergency situations and natural disasters. My state knows that firsthand. When Hurricane Helene devastated western North Carolina last year, public broadcasting was there when traditional communications failed. Widespread power, cellular, and internet outages meant that for thousands of North Carolinians, public radio was how they received their news. Our local public broadcasting stations provided life-saving updates for our residents, broadcasted emergency resource information like food and water and distribution, and gave a direct line for North Carolinians to speak to their communities. Slashing public broadcasting funding will limit their ability to operate funding crisis and delay critical information to the people who need it most. Make no mistake, without public broadcasting, we would have seen more lives lost in Helene. So we need to protect these stations so we can protect our communities, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize myself. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967, which mandates that all public broadcasting programs must demonstrate strict adherence to objectivity and balance in all programs. There's a myriad of statistical studies that prove that they are not. Perhaps most damning for NPR is the fact that it had to utilize a $1.9 million federal grant to, quote, improve objectivity and diverse viewpoints last year. And this despite the fact that NPR's CEO recently testified, as our colleague said, she didn't witness any bias at the organization. And why the need for the federal grant? The problem with the Public Broadcasting Act is that it lacks an enforcement mechanism. So we'll go with our constitutional prerogatives here to enforce the law, and it starts with the rescission of funding. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, you guys are so weak that you won't even vote to release the files. It's 11:20 p.m. in the middle of the night, and
Gentlelady will suspend. The gentlelady will suspend. The House is not in order.
Agenda through Congress and the
gentlelady will suspend. The House is not in order. Gentlelady's recognized.
And that makes me wonder, have you even read this bill? I mean, really, because this bill rescinds $9 billion for international aid, public health, and public media. It will make America less safe. It will undermine our national security, and it will threaten lives across the world and kill children. But on top of that, it undermines our Constitution, the power of the people, the power of the purse, and the separation of the power of our Constitution. As Russell Bowe, OMB, and the architects of Project 2025 are trying to use this rescission bill to undermine the power of Congress. And that is why we will vote no, a hell no, to the blatant power grab that it represents in the face of a chaotic and corrupt administration.
Time has expired.
That is stealing from...
Gentlelady is no longer recognized. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are far from weak. We are doing what the American people want us to do, and that is to let them keep more of their money and not take it and let unnamed bureaucrats spend it on their behalf. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
May I ask the gentlelady how many more speakers she has?
We're not quite ready to close, but we...
Okay, well then I will reserve, and you can go on.
A gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. A gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished chairman of the Budget Committee, Mr. Arrington.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the era of woke and wasteful spending in the people's government is over. And it's sad to watch this last-ditch effort by my Democrat colleagues to fight for status quo. And the status quo is a cesspool of these programs, these leftist ideological programs that they would say is soft power for America's interest, or that they would say is life-saving services. Mr. Speaker, the American people rejected this radical agenda. They rejected the failed policies of my Democrat colleagues and their unbridled spending that's bankrupting this country. They sent President Trump here with a mandate and unified Republican leadership to restore competent leadership, common sense policies, and a commitment to America First. There is nothing common sense or America First about transgender comic books in Peru. And all the other woke and wasteful programs that these folks are fighting to defend. Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful we have a president that has heard from the people and is hell-bent on right-sizing this bureaucracy, reining in this waste, restoring fiscal sanity here in Washington, D.C., not only for the taxpayers of today, but for the future, for prosperity, for freedom, for our children. And this is why my colleagues are going to wander in the wilderness for years to come. And while that might benefit us politically, it's sad for my country. And I'm sad as an American to see the defense of this crazy, divisive, and dangerous ideological programs that my taxpayers in West Texas are spending their hard-earned money for. I urge my colleagues on both sides to support this rescissions package. And
time has expired. Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
We're prepared to close.
Okay.
All right, then I will close, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the remaining time.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I close, let's talk about what's actually in front of us. This rescissions package is a joke. Republicans passed a massive tax giveaway for the rich, one of the most expensive in history. That giveaway was 450 times the size of these rescissions. And every single Republican who spoke tonight voted to add $4 trillion to the debt. Every single one of them. And this isn't even good policy or process. It's rushed. It's sloppy. Even Republicans in the Senate are warning about the consequences. But the House majority doesn't care. They're more interested in headlines than outcomes. And once again, it's everyday people who pay the price. Now, let us end where we started, the Epstein files. Republicans can take a real vote today, a vote that will put them on the side of truth and justice, a vote to tell victims, we hear you, we see you, we will not protect the powerful at your expense. But instead, they are choosing cowardice. They are choosing obedience to Trump. And so they cooked up this non-binding resolution, a press release pretending to do something. So let's be clear, you either vote to release the files or you vote to bury them. And if every Republican votes to block our attempt to release the records, they are telling Epstein's victims, you don't matter as much as our political convenience. And that should disgust every single one of us. This place deserves better. This country deserves better. And the victims, most of all, deserve the truth. Release the Epstein files. Release the Epstein files. Release the files. I yield back.
Next time. Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the remainder of my time. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues across the aisle all night have been talking about what we're not here to discuss, which is this rescissions package. They keep...
Troy, sir. Well, he's on the 10 hours. Joe, ladies recognized. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the House has not been in order.
The House is not in order. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, our colleagues across the aisle have come here tonight, and they're not talking about what we're here to vote on tonight. They keep trying to distract the American people with things that we're not here to talk about. The American people do not want to see their hard-earned tax dollars being squandered, not one bit. At its core, H.R. 4 is about shutting off the spigot of wasteful money, clawing back the taxpayer dollars of Americans, and ensuring that wasteful and unnecessary spending is uprooted and left to wither and die. It's just that simple. That's all there is to it. With more rescissions packages on the horizon, as the President and Speaker have indicated, the best is yet to come. We're doing our job to help save the American taxpayer dollars. We know how hard it is to earn those dollars, and we don't want to see them squandered. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question, yes on the rule, and yes on the underlying bill. I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Yes. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker, come on, Mr. Speaker. I asked for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote.
vote. The yeas are 218, the nays are 211. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Yes. The recorded vote is requested. Those favoring recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is in order. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 216. The nays are 213. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the adoption of House Resolution 590, the Senate amendment to H.R. 4 is considered as agreed to. Pursuant to House Resolution 580 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4016. Will the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, kindly take the chair?
Thanks, sir. The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4016, which the clerk will report the title.
The bill making appropriations for the Department of Defense for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole House rose earlier today, Amendment number 293, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199, offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tipney, had been disposed of. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume those amendments printed in Part A of House Report 119-199, on which further proceedings were postponed, in the following order. Amendment number 111 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 12 of Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 13 of Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 14 by Ms. Green of Georgia. 114 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 115 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 277 by Mr. Stubbe of Florida. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time of any electronic vote in this series. Do what? Yeah. Okay. The unfinished business is to request for the recorded vote of the amendment number 111, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will report the designated amendment.
Amendment number 111, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Yeah, we go. Take it up. Paper. Oh. Not that. I said that it was just absolutely get the item that it goes. And I know like. Yeah, that's it. They very complete space and sitting there because they didn't. Jock, that's thanks. On this vote, the yeas are 63, the nays are 365. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is in the request of a recorded vote on amendment number 112, printed in Part A on House Report 119-199 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings are postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 112, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen and a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. A 2-minute vote. Yeas are 6, the nays are 421. The vote is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 113, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will report and redesignate the amendment. Sorry.
Amendment number 113, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will arise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 104, the nays are 326. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on the amendment number 114, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Miss Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 114, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for the recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 6, the nays are 422. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 115, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Miss Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the nays prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 115, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Three that's day. A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request to recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
Go with it.
The ball in the air. It is the same.
On this vote, the yeas are 30, the nays are 400. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 116, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 116, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
That. What did it need? What? The ball never appeared. The day over to the chase me. That's it.
On this vote, the ayes are 76, nays are 353. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 277, printed in Part A of the House Report 119-199 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 277, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Mr. Stubbe of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 76, the nays are 355. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendment, pursuant to the rule, the committee rises.
I thought I was here for 2 votes. The worst thing you're going to do is look down to him and say, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 4016 and pursuant to House Resolution 580, a report to bill back to the House with sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration the bill H.R. 4016 and reports the bill back to the House with sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under House Resolution 580, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the Committee on the Whole? If not, the chair will put them in gross. Question is on the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. Question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
The bill making appropriations for the Department of Defense for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
House will be in order. House will be in order.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Commit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motions.
Nightreign with Ms. Captor of Ohio moves to recommit the bill H.R. 4016 to the Committee on Appropriations.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is on the order on the motion to recommit. Question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Pity of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on that I ask.
Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on that I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring vote by the yeas and nays arise. Sufficient number having arisen. The yeas and nays are now ordered. Members to record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce the time to 5 minutes, the minimum time for the electronic vote. This is a 5-minute vote on passage. On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 219. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill pursuant to Clause 10, Rule 20. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 209. The bill is passed without objection. Motion reconsider laid upon the table.
Or first gentleman from California.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the engrossment of H.R. 4016, the clerk will be authorized to correct section numbers, punctuation, cross-references, and to make sure such other technical and conforming changes as may be necessary to reflect the actions of the House in amending the bill, and that the second instruction in Amendment Number 40, printed in House Report 119-199, be changed from page 39, line 19, to page 40, line 19.
Without objection.
It's already.
No, I'm switching now. We're done.
You're done? Okay, so let's get right here.
Fucker, this is gentleman, it's Missouri's.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition? Ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order. Without objection. Today, our country lost a true trailblazer. Congressman William Clay passed away after a lifetime of service that reshaped St. Louis and our nation. Already a civil rights icon before he was elected, he didn't come to Washington to play politics. He came to fight for working people, Black families, union members, and those too often left out and unheard. He carried their voices into this chamber and made sure they echoed. Bill Clay was a founding member of the Congressional Black Caucus. I, so many others, would not be here without the doors he opened and the example he set. I yield to Reverend Cleveland.
As I sat on the bed this morning, trying to get up, I received a phone call to tell me that Congressman Bill Clay had just passed. And I sat there for a few minutes, feeling sad. And then it occurred to me that death is not the greatest loss in life. And The greatest loss in life is to die with your life not lived and still inside you. Bill Clay did not die with hope for his country inside him. He did not die with his brilliant writing inside him. He did not die with creativity. And alas, Bill Clay did not die without working every day he walked into this place for the people of St. Louis.
I'm holding his son, my friend and predecessor, Lacey Clay, the entire Clay family, and the St. Louis community in my prayers. I ask that on behalf of myself, the entire CBC, which he helped found, the Missouri delegation, I ask for a moment of silence in memory of the Honorable William Lacey Clay, Sr. I yield back.
The chair is for the House of Communication.
The chairman lays before the House of Communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Enclosed is my letter of retirement sent to Tennessee Governor Bill Lee. I will leave the United States House of Representatives effective July 20th, 2025 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you for your steadfast leadership to advance the conservative principles we both hold dear. I appreciate your friendship over the years and look forward to seeing what incredible feats the House of Representatives will accomplish for the American people. Signed sincerely, Mark E. Green, Member of Congress.
The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
H.R. 4, an act to rescind certain budget authority proposed to be rescinded in special messages transmitted to the Congress by the President on June 3, 2025, in accordance with Section 1012A of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Chair, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Chair, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary young Montanan, Tarkan Benyon, who will make his Carnegie Hall debut on July 20th. Tarkan hails from Sydney, Montana, and is one of 28 violinists from around the country headed to the Big Apple to perform with the National Youth Orchestra of the United States. Not only will he debut in New York, he will also represent our nation and our state as he tours internationally in Japan, Hong Kong, China, and South Korea. Tarkan's journey began at the age of 5 when his mother, who taught herself to play the violin at age 34, inspired him to pursue music. Since then, his passion has taken him to venues like the Montana Senate Chamber, where he performed a piece from Mozart's Violin Concerto No. 4 during his time as a page. Tarkan, your remarkable talent and dedication are an inspiration to your peers and to your state. Congratulations on this incredible accomplishment, and best of luck in your bright future. I know this is just beginning. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, America faces a housing crisis. One part of the solution to that crisis, though, lies right in our backyards. The solution has many names: granny flats, backyard cottages, or accessory dwelling units, but all expand our affordable housing supply. When I was mayor of San Jose, we made building backyard apartments easier by enabling thousands of homeowners to be able to get their permits online in a single day. The problem, though, is that many homeowners of modest means
could never get a shovel in the ground because they couldn't get financing. So we talked to the banks, and the banks said they would lend if homeowners could get FHA insurance or Fannie or Freddie would backstop the loans. So today, along with my Republican colleague, Andrew Garbarino, I've introduced a bill to do just that. The Bipartisan Supply Act will empower homeowners to become home providers. Colleagues, together, let's make affordable housing a reality for thousands more Americans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at noon on Monday next for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection.
Let's jump the door.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Miss Susan Mason, a resident of Savannah, Georgia, who has dedicated 40 years of her life to bringing elegance, excellence, and warmth to thousands of lives' most meaningful celebrations. When Susan Mason founded her catering company in 1985, she was recently divorced, living rent-free in a friend's home and inspired by a then up-and-coming Martha Stewart. What she lacked in resources, she made up for with resolve, talent, and a sparkling sense of humor. Over the next 4 decades, Susan Mason Catering became synonymous with silver service, culinary perfection, and timeless Southern style. Whether planning wrap parties for A-list celebrities or elegant weddings for local families, she made sure every detail was flawless. She is now 85 years young and still very much at the center of the party. With her signature wit and stylish presence, she has become both a cultural fixture and a business force in Savannah. Mr. Speaker, Susan Mason represents the very best of resilience, charm, and an entrepreneurial spirit. It is an honor to recognize her today for 40 years of extraordinary service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the 30th time to call on the Trump administration to restore life-saving food aid for starving children. When children are starving, their organs shut down. At a certain point, they're not able to eat traditional food anymore. Ready-to-use therapeutic food is the only chance they have to survive and to get back to health. Right now in Rhode Island, there are 87,000 boxes of ready-to-use therapeutic food sitting in a warehouse, already bought and paid for, but sitting in a warehouse because the Trump administration has frozen this aid. It is time for the administration to honor the will of Congress, to honor its own commitment, and to do the right thing and get this food to the kids around the world who need it. I will keep speaking out every day until they do, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to advise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, tonight I voted against sending more military aid to Israel. I voted against it because I saw it and currently see it as a vote against collective punishment, a vote against ethnic cleansing, and a vote against genocide appearing before my very eyes. I refuse to have my fingerprints, my imprimatur on the killing of innocent people, including children. I voted no. I will not become a yes because Mr. Netanyahu doesn't want peace. He wants all of Palestine. My imprimatur will not be on it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
That is consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise next to my remarks, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my shock and outrage over the killing of Saif Moussalet, a 20-year-old Palestinian American from Florida who is visiting his family in the West Bank. He was beaten on his own family's land by settlers. We have grown too used to this kind of violence. We have grown weary of news reports detailing the onslaught of deaths. But we should never accept the killing of innocents, let alone the killing of an innocent American citizen. In an unusual and forceful statement, Ambassador Huckabee called the killing a, quote, criminal and terrorist act, unquote, and urged Israeli authorities to conduct a full investigation and bring those responsible to justice. I echo the call of the ambassador for an investigation and ask my colleagues to do the same. The United States Congress cannot allow silence to reign and complicity to creep in. Instead, we must demand justice. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yield.
Mr. Speaker, I move.
The gentleman would suspend.
Gentleman will suspend.
Another 1 minute. Here, other. No. The wave.
State. State.
State what?
What state?
Wisconsin.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Well, I'd like this unanimous request to speak for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. As we leave the Capitol for the weekend, we want to leave the body here with a little bit of thought. I'm going to quote from a book called The Tragedy of American Compassion by Marvin Olasky, now a 30-year-old book. But it's an interesting book in that it deals with what we today call welfare. At the time, that was all privatized. And I'm going to quote from the Society for the Prevention of Pauperism of the City of New York, and what they felt was the cause of pauperism at the time and what had to be done to end it. And they listed 10 causes of pauperism. People in the 1820s were brighter than the people today. They listed ignorance, idleness, intemperance, which I take it to mean drunkenness, want of economy, imprudent and hasty marriages. You don't hear that one anymore, but they felt it was one of the top 10. Lotteries, pawnbrokers, brothels, gambling houses, and the most interesting one, the vice of charities that gave away money too freely. So when we return next week, let's remember the wisdom from the Society for the Prevention of Pauperism and not give away charity too easily. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Yeah, I think we should adjourn.
The question is, on the motion to adjourn, those in favor, so signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair is the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday next for morning order debate.
$92 billion, but it's going to be closer to $100 billion is going to be invested by the biggest financial people in the world. We had everybody there from Larry Fink to everybody else you can imagine. And it was a really great day and a very productive day. I think we're over now as a country, we're over $15 trillion of investment, and there's never been anything like that. In the history of our country, there has not been anything like it or even close. So, okay, do you have any questions?
You announced the Indonesia deal today. You announced the Indonesia trade deal today. How many more trade deals beyond the letters will you announce before August 1st?
We're working on probably 5 or 6. Of the 5 or 6, I'm not sure I really want to do them. You know, you want somebody that knows how to negotiate. But we'll probably have 2 or 3. You know, we insist on opening up the country, which is a big deal. Indonesia was great. He's a great president. And we made a terrific deal where they opened up the entire country to trade with the United States. We weren't allowed to go in and trade. I think something similar will happen with I would say, India. And we have a couple of others. But I have to tell you, for the most part, I'm very happy with the letters. You know, the letters are a deal. You know, I can't explain it any better. The letters are a deal. The press doesn't want to pick that up. But I will veer from those deals on occasion when somebody is willing. Like if Japan would open up their country, they don't do that. They just don't do that. And I don't either. I don't subscribe to it one way or the other. But they won't do that. So we might just stick with the letter. South Korea is inclined to maybe do that, so we'll let you know. But we have letters out. Every time I send out a letter, essentially that's a deal.
Mr. President, with the date you gave of August 1st, with the date that you gave of August 1st, why stick with the date if you're saying that you might
start on August 1st. The only thing that's really sacred about August 1st is that's when payments start. So they have to start paying billions of dollars to you and people. Are you a citizen of the country? Yes, sir. You'll be very happy because you're going to be getting a lot of money. Just like they found a budget surplus. We have a budget surplus of $25 billion. Everyone said, how did that happen? It hasn't happened in many years. It happened because of good management and tariffs.
Do you plan to release more details of the Vietnam, China deals? Is there going to be a paperwork released to the public of showing that?
I don't think it matters how much you release of the deal. We have a Vietnam deal, and I would say that deal is being pretty well set. Pretty well set. Again, that's an opening of their country. They've opened it up. Just so you know, these were closed countries. They were wonderful people, wonderful leaders, very strong, smart leaders. But their countries were closed to us, but our country wasn't closed to them. And so I said, you got to open up your country. So we're going to see. But the Vietnam deal, we may open it. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you. Is it necessary? No. Yeah, I don't think so.
On Ukraine, why did you settle on giving Putin another 50 days? It seems like he's had a lot of time to show he wants peace.
I think really the question should be asked, why did Biden get us into that ridiculous war? Why did Biden bring us there? That should never, ever have happened, that war. This is Biden's war. I'm just trying to end it because we're saving a lot of lives.
Why do you think his opinion will change in 50 days when it hasn't over the last 6 months?
Rapidly. Might not be 50 days. Might be much sooner than 50 days.
When do you think the first Patriot missiles, some of these weapons that our allies will buy,
being shipped?
From what countries?
Germany, and then replaced by Germany, and in all cases, the United States gets paid back in full. So what's happening, as you know, is the European Union, if you look, mostly European Union stuff, but let's put it in the form of NATO. It's very similar. But NATO is going to pay us back for everything. In some cases, we're going to be paid back by countries of the European Union directly.
See those
payments? We're always getting our money back in full. So we're not going to have any more investment to make. We're getting our money back in full. And if we can make a deal, that'd be great. We're saving 5,000 or 6,000 soldiers a week. They're Russian and they're Ukrainian soldiers. They're not American soldiers. And we won't have boots on the ground. But it's a shame. 5,000, last week they say 7,100 soldiers, both Russian and Ukraine, were killed.
Iran, have you seen any progress in talks with Iran? We haven't really heard about that in a while.
They want to talk. I'm in no rush to talk. And they would like to talk. I'm in no rush to talk because we obliterated their site. They'd have to start all over. In fact, it's obliterated to the point that it's not usable anymore. They'd have to pick a different mountain. That mountain is so blown up inside and so unstable that they would have to pick a different mountain. Our people really did the job. Yes, please.
That, sir, would you fire Jerome Powell over the Treasury renovation that's drawn so much heat?
$2.5 billion building this place. I have to say this. I think he's terrible. I think he's a total stiff. But the one thing I didn't see him as a guy that needed a palace to live in. You talk to the guy, it's like talking to a nothing. It's like talking to a chair. No personality, no high intelligence, no nothing. But the one thing I would have never guessed is that he would be spending $2.5 billion to build a little extension onto the Fed. Nobody's ever seen. I think it sort of is, because if you look at his testimony to the House and the Senate, you take a look at the testimony, it's under earth. That whole thing is, he's not talking about the problem. It's a big problem. $2.5 billion, and that's $2.5 billion now. That's going to be a lot more money than $2.5 billion to expand, and with all of that, to house thousands of people to give him information, and yet out of the 71 economists, and they included me and one other person got it right. I got it right, and one other genius got it right. They had everybody else was wrong. 69 were wrong, and 2 were right. I was one of them. And I don't have a lot of people. I have Howard. I have Doug. I have a few people. He has thousands of people, and he got it wrong. No, I think when you spend $2.5 billion on really a renovation, I think it's pretty disgraceful.
President, have you spoken to President Putin since your announcement yesterday? And do you think when you speak to him on the phone, does he say that he wants peace? What does he say to you?
He wants peace. He does. So far, it's all talk and no action. I mean, if you think about it, India, Pakistan, we did so many. The Congo, and I mean, look at the deals we've made. We made all these peace deals. Look at Rwanda. It was an impossible deal to make with the Congo. I made that. I made all of these deals, Serbia, Kosovo, and here's the one deal. And actually, Vladimir called me up. He said, I'd love to help you with respect to making a deal with a couple of them, like Iran. I'd love to help you. I say, Vladimir, I only want to help with one deal, Russia, because you're the only deal that we're not doing too well on. He oftentimes he said, no, he wants peace. And I think he does. I hope he does. We're going to find out soon. And it could be before the 50 days.
Twice yesterday, when you were talking about this, you mentioned conversations you had with the First Lady after talking with President Putin. Has she influenced your thinking on this at all?
Very smart. Very neutral. She's very neutral in a sense. She's sort of like me. She'd like to see people stop dying. You know, people said, are you for one side or another? I'm for the side of people stopping dying. We have 5,000, 6,000, and 7,000 people a week at least. And that doesn't include people from the cities and towns that are having rockets lobbed in there. I mean, people are dying in the cities and towns too, but we're talking about 7,100 in the last 8 days died. And I'm for stopping that.
Chair search, sir. Is Scott Bessent, your Treasury Secretary, your number one option whenever Jerome Powell leaves, or is he your top option?
Well, he's not, because I like the job he's doing. That's why he's not.
Oh, sir?
I like the job. I don't know if he was on the plan. Maybe he wasn't. But I do like the job he's done. So, in that sense, probably he's not that much of an option. Scott's been great. He's been terrific. He did a good job today. He's a very soothing force. You know, it's soothing. All right.
When we say the pharmaceuticals, I'm sorry,
pharmaceuticals will be tariffed probably at the end of the month. And we're going to start off with a low tariff and give the pharmaceutical companies a year or so to build. And then we're going to make it a very high tariff, because we got to move them in. Look, there's 2 ways you do it. You make money, or you have them move here so they don't have to pay the tariff. Those are the 2 ways. The pharmaceutical companies are moving back to America where they should be.
Semiconductor, sir, is that in the same timeline? The semiconductor tariffs?
Similar. actually less complicated but similar, semiconductors and chips.
I know you've urged people to move on, but I'm curious, why do you think your supporters in particular have been so interested in the Epstein story and so upset about how it's been handled? Why do you think that is?
Why they would be so interested is he's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is. I really don't. And the credible information's been given. Don't forget, we went through years of the Mueller witch hunt and all of the different things, the Steele dossier, which was all fake. All that information was fake. But I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think, well, really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say let them have it.
Mr. President, a question on AI. How do you want Americans to think about it? Are you concerned about job loss or privacy, or do you think this is the new technology?
It's interesting because we need jobs. We need a lot of people to work. You know, we're going to be building very shortly hundreds of factories, including AI. We're building a lot of car factories. They're all coming in from other countries now in order to avoid paying the tariffs. And we need people working. So if AI can help us with that, that's a positive. Because we're not going to have enough workers to take care of it if we don't create something. So whether it's robots or whether it's AI, we need somebody to take care of. Do you agree with us?
I agree. So many jobs to build. I mean, think about $15 trillion. That's 5 million people working in these factories, building them great high-paying jobs in America that President Trump has brought back. So those jobs, of course, are in the wings. So let's go, let's train America, and let's get it going.
What do you say? What would you say about the job?
Well, I think with AI, as Howard and the President said, we're going to need more workers in this country because President Trump, as the greatest economic developer that this country's ever had, has brought back this record amount of foreign direct investment and a record amount of U.S. investment going back into job creation. But the mix is going to change. AI will take jobs away like software development because AI can write code, but AI can't wire a building, do plumbing. I mean, if kids go into the trades today, they're all going to be making 150 grand and they'll have amazing lives, build companies, start businesses. I mean, this is part of the boom of America because middle class, working Americans will never have had it as good. They have lower taxes, lower regulation, and more opportunities to go to work to build things.
We need people. We really need, because we're building so many factories in the country, and so AI can help with that. But what also is going to help are going to be robots. You know, the robots, I think, are going to be a big deal, and that's going to help also.
Sanctions, sir, on the secondary tariffs. Are you concerned that secondary tariffs on buyers of Russian oil will hurt American consumers, higher gasoline prices?
I think that whole thing is going to go away eventually. It should have gone away. And Putin does say, oh, I want peace. But so far, he hasn't lived up to that. So I think it's going to go away, but we're going to find out soon. Can you give
us more details on the sanctions? Is it 100% sanctions on Russia, or?
They're very biting, they're very significant, and they're going to be very bad for the countries involved. I mean, they'll be very, very powerful and very bad for the countries involved. And I hope we don't have to pull that string. And maybe we won't. We'll see. Got to end. Got to stop the killing.
President, were you frustrated today that the House wasn't able to move on that crypto legislation?
The interesting thing is the 12 votes were votes where they wanted it to be stronger in terms of crypto people. I figured, oh, wow, that's sort of interesting, because I was focused really on today's meeting, not that. But the interesting is the votes, those negative votes, were because they wanted it to be, and the safeguards, they wanted it to be stronger for people with Bitcoin or crypto. They wanted more strength, which is interesting.
Do you want to refine in the UK trade deal?
We have a little to discuss, but the deal is really very well done. But I'll meet with the Prime Minister. We have a good relationship, and I think it's going to be, and it'll be very shortly, and it'll be probably in Aberdeen, Scotland.
At the event.
Which state besides Texas would you like Republicans to gerrymander? Which state besides Texas would you like Republicans to redraw the congressional lines?
4 of them. I'll let you figure that one out, but we have about 4 of them. In 3 cases, it's 1, and in 1 case, it's 2 or 3.
Which states though?
It would be 5.
Are you concerned California will turn around and do the same thing as Republicans?
In California, you never know what's going to happen, but we've done pretty well in the courts in California, as you see. We're batting about 1,000, ultimately. We start off a little slow, and then we get a lot of hits.
You said today at the event in Pittsburgh that if it wasn't for Mr. Lutnick, Mr. Besson, who want to do more deals, that you would basically just go with the letters. You've said that a few different times. I just want to clarify. Do you just want to go with the tariffs and move on?
They would like to make deals more than me.
Okay.
But they would like to make deals more than me. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying, in my opinion, he and Scott and maybe even Doug to a certain extent, you're more like me, I think. But they would like to make deals more than me. I'm very happy with the deals the way they are. Those are very, right? Those are very simple deals. It's whatever the percentage is. And we base that on a lot of things, including the deficit and, various things. And, I think it's a much faster way. Don't forget, we'll be releasing a letter soon talking about many countries that are much smaller, where you're not going to do letters per se. You might do an individual letter, but it's going to go very quickly. And the number will also be less. These are countries that are, many of them, like 200 countries. You understand?
Caribbean countries, African countries. You have a huge amount of countries that are small, and the president's just going to deal with them sort of the way he thinks is the right way to deal with them.
We'll probably set 1 tariff for all of them.
Over 10% tariff on that?
Over 10%, yeah.
15, 20.
We don't do a lot of business, but we do, it's still significant.
What about Israel, Mr. President? Is that related to your other, like the Gaza negotiations? Is that tied up in other issues?
Israel's going to be fine. We had a great victory with Israel. That was a great, great victory. What we did with the B-2 bombers and all of that. And I never thought of it. But so many people are thanking me. They say no president had the guts to do it because, this has been going on for 25 years. In fact, when the pilots came to the Oval Office, they said, "Sir, we and our predecessors have been working on this attack for 25 years." Have a good time, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
A key partner of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says it is pulling out of his coalition government. Now, this decision by the United Torah Judaism Party does not mean that the government is going to collapse right away, but it does complicate Netanyahu's ability to govern and especially to negotiate a ceasefire agreement with Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The UTJ is an ultra-Orthodox religious party, and it objects to efforts in Parliament to end exemptions for military service given to young religious men. This system of exemptions is controversial in Israel, and it has grown increasingly controversial during the past nearly 2 years while the country is at war. Netanyahu has about 48 hours to try to seek some sort of compromise with the UTJ, but if they do pull out of the government, he will be left with a narrow majority in Parliament. That means that he will be even more reliant on hardline partners who oppose major concessions to Hamas in these ongoing ceasefire talks. That makes it more difficult for Netanyahu to maneuver in these negotiations. Now, Parliament is set to go on recess in the coming weeks. That should buy Netanyahu a little bit of time to negotiate and try to shore up this coalition. But in the coming months, we're looking at a period of more instability and a growing likelihood that Israel could be plunged into early elections.
Everything for legal purposes to know, because I've never had been racially profiled before. So I just want to understand. I just want to understand why we're being racially profiled. Because we were allowed to come in this room and session, not the Tennessee Highway Patrol and Department of Homeland Security of our state. He said, ask the federal government. This is the only opportunity we have to question the federal government. Again, she's in our district, in our home. This district overwhelmingly is diverse and multiracial. Every other event we've had here in the airport, we've been allowed as representatives. This is the first time I'm being told as a House representative that I'm not allowed to attend an event from the administration. We were here with Secretary Buttigieg. We were here for every event they've had at the airport, is the first time that we're told we're not welcome here. In fact, you saw they let us in, but somebody from Secretary Noem's staff came over and said we don't want him here specifically. I'm here simply to support veterans and also because I want to get answers from my constituents who've been harassed and who've been brutalized by ICE here in Nashville. I just want to know from the Secretary, where are the people in my district? I represent the 52nd House District, which this airport sits in. It's the most diverse district in the state of Tennessee. Many of my constituents were impacted by the ICE raids. I simply wanted to just hear the Secretary support veterans and also get questions as to what happened to my constituents who were taken by ICE in the beginning of May. 196 ICE arrests, the majority of whom never committed a crime in the city of Nashville, never been charged with a crime, yet were taken, and many of them we don't know what happened to them. So I'm going to leave willingly, because this is not on the police or the airport staff, this is on Secretary Noem, who refuses to answer questions, who's scared to talk to lawmakers, and who's hiding behind secrecy because she knows what she's doing is on the wrong side of history. I understand what
Anti-Trump protesters have hit the streets across America this week, and they rallied under the guide of what the late Georgia Congressman and civil rights leader John Lewis called, quote-unquote, good trouble. But the good part of the trouble is missing when it comes to targeting federal agents who are doing their jobs. Here is Chicago's Democrat mayor speaking at a protest in his city.
Let me make something absolutely clear in the most emphatic way. We will not cooperate with ICE. We will not be intimidated by the militarized force that Donald Trump has put before us.
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass has been working overtime, you might say, to fight ICE operations in her city. She's pushing to make sure we know the identity of the agents.
We also are filing a Freedom of Information Act because we want to know who these masked men are. We want to know where the people are that they're detaining. Do you know they detained hundreds of people? Families don't know where their loved ones are. They don't know if they're in Los Angeles, California, or even in the United States.
ICE fired right back with this. Mayor Bass, our officers wear masks because rhetoric like yours has ramped up threats and assaults against their families. They're doing their job and detaining illegal aliens who broke immigration law. Enough of the fear-mongering for political attention. DHS reports assaults on ICE agents are up 830% from a year ago. And just this week, an illegal alien from Honduras dragged an ICE agent for nearly a block, dragging him on the ground with a car as he tried to escape custody in Oklahoma. And this is some of the injury to that ICE agent. Last week, a mob of rioters was throwing rocks at ICE agents, executing a criminal search warrant in Southern California. Some of their most dangerous work is executing those search warrants, and you can see why. One agent's injury sent him to the emergency room. I want to bring in now border czar for the White House, Tom Homan. Tom, these pictures do more than just make you angry. They let you know the price of trying to clean up what we've been left by open borders.
You're exactly right, and you're right in your statement that this rhetoric is causing this hateful response to ICE. Comparing ICE to Nazis and racists and terrorist organizations. And I said 2 months ago, Harris, that if this rhetoric didn't stop, there would be bloodshed. Of course, the left went crazy on that statement, but unfortunately, I was right. One man was killed when he attacked a Border Patrol facility in Texas, and another group of armed men ambushed a facility in Texas, an ICE facility, where one officer was shot in the neck. And it's not over with. I mean, unless this rhetoric stops, you're going to see more. And it's because of hateful rhetoric by the Democrats and those that are mayors and governors and members of Congress. It has to stop. Because the truth, they're shielding the truth of American people. I'm tired of reading the news reports that majority of people in ICE detention aren't criminals. The fact is the majority are criminals. And who are the others? Others are national security threats that we're detaining because they're not going to walk the streets of this nation. May not have a criminal conviction, but they're national security threat. Others are expedited removal cases that by federal statute we must detain. But of course, those facts don't make it to the media. They say that most people we arrest aren't criminals and public safety threats. The fact are, I looked at the numbers the other day, at 130,000 arrests, 90,000 were criminals, which is, what's that, 69 point, almost 70%. So the facts are the facts, but the media's not sharing the facts from American people. And you add that to the rhetoric from these politicians, and that's why you're seeing the attacks on ICE skyrocket.
Look, I have to talk about this ripping of identity covering off the faces of ICE agents who are under physical threat right now versus the criminals and the illegal aliens who are here, former gang members, some of them still in gangs, MS-13 just roaming our streets as that. Why did they get to mask up, but our agents, according to the leader of Democrats in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, why do our ICE agents need to take their masks off and endanger themselves and their families?
You're exactly right. Where's the legislation to remove masks when the protesters become criminals? The protesters, they become criminals. They threw Molotov cocktails at officers. Where's the legislation on unmasking BLM and the other rioters that attacked ICE facilities, like in Portland? They're all wearing masks. All those criminals in Portland that are attacking ICE facilities, they're all wearing masks. Where's this legislation on that? You don't see it. The Antifa, they can wear masks, no legislation on that. Look, President Trump made it clear the other day, when I spoke to President Trump, it's over. You throw a stone at an ICE officer, you're going to jail. You put hands on an ICE officer, you're going to jail. You impede an ICE officer from doing his job, you're going to jail. Here's what American people need to know. ICE is enforcing the laws that Congress enacted. So if that makes them a racist, what does that make Congress, who wrote the law? So you got members of Congress attacking ICE who wrote a law that Congress funds ICE to enforce, and they're doing exactly what Congress told them to do and gives them money to do. Then the other part of the equation is they're executing final orders issued by a federal judge. A federal judge has determined this person can't be here, he must be deported, so they're executing those orders. ICE is doing their job as mandated by Congress, as mandated by the federal courts, as mandated by federal statute. If you don't like it, then change the law. But ICE agents every day are taking public safety threats off the street, national security threats off the street. Every day, ICE is making this country safer, and that's just a stone cold fact.
All right, I want to move to this. According to reports, 7,500 unaccompanied migrant children have been tracked down under the Trump administration. Look, you have told me for the longest time, almost the entire presidency of Joe Biden, that this was your dedication, to find those children. Well, under Biden, DHS data show agents encountered nearly 500,000 children at the border on their own. Reports at the time suggested some 300,000 of them had gone missing. In fact, DHS Secretary at the time, Mayorkas, said he had no idea where the 300,000 kids were. You have been passionate about this, and you're moving the needle. Tell me about it.
Well, the Biden administration, not only they lose over 300,000, they weren't looking for them. President Trump committed from day one, on top of the mass deportation, having the most secure border in history of this nation. President Trump also instructed us, go find these kids. Because we know some of these kids are in forced labor. We know some of these kids are in forced sex trafficking. And we found some, unfortunately, in those conditions. We found many with their families. But we're going to find every one of these children and make sure they're safe. And we'll deal with the immigration consequences down the road. But the first and the priority of these children is rescuing those that are in forced labor and forced trafficking, making sure they're safe. Something the last administration didn't do. They want to talk Trump 45, separating families. You just spoke about 500,000 kids coming across the border who were separated from their families, put in the hands of criminal cartels to be smuggled in this country. That's where real family separation happens. Family separation also happens. The hundreds of angel moms and dads that I met that buried their children because they were murdered by someone that Joe Biden released into the streets of this country.
The job is mighty. You have agents still willing to do the job. I want to give the last few seconds to you, Tom Homan, to talk directly to those men and women who stay on the job even under threat now, because I hate to think what happens if they sit down.
Look, I've done this since 1984, Harris. I started as a Border Patrol agent. I'm proud to wear that uniform. I was an ICE agent. I was the first acting ICE director that actually came up through the ranks. I love the men and women of Border Patrol and ICE. They're the finest people in this nation. They're patriots. They put a gun on their hip every day and put a badge in their chest and put themselves in harm's way for little or no money. I want the American people to understand they're doing the job that they took an oath to do. And let's remember, they're moms and dads too. They don't hang their heart on a hook every day they come to work. They see terrible, terrible things they take home to them every day. They have issues too. They're seeing the most terrible of human nature out there, but they're dealing with every day making this country safe.
God bless the men and women of ICE. God bless you, Border Patrol agents. You're doing America's work.
And God bless you, Tom Homan, for keeping us safe. Thank you. Outnumbered after the break.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
People are saying it, yeah.
Mr. President, will you ask Attorney General Pam Bondi to release more documents to finally put this controversy to bed?
Whatever's credible, she can release. If a document is credible, if a document's there that is credible, she can release. I think it's good. But it's just really, it's just a subject. He's dead, he's gone, and all it is the Republicans, certain Republicans got duped by the Democrats, and they're following a Democrat playbook. And no different than Russia, and all the other hoaxes. They're started by the Democrats, and some Republicans, in this case I was surprised, but they got duped.
But have you talked about it with her the last witness? First of all, your high-ranking officials, whether it's been your FBI director or Pam Bondi, they have made some inconsistent statements in the past.
Well, I don't know. I can't speak about him, but I can say that Pam Bondi, I really think that she's done very good. She says, I gave you all the credible information. And if she finds any more credible information, she'll give that too. What more can she do than that? I mean, honestly, what more can she do? And we do have bigger problems. You know, we have problems with millions of illegal people that came in here, and they're killers and murderers. We have 11,888 murderers that were allowed into our country by Biden, sleepy Joe Biden, stupid Joe Biden. He allowed them into our country. And you know what? We got to do something about it. She's got a lot of things she's working on. And, you know, it's very sad that somebody can be waylaid, that just get waylaid. But I think she's doing a great job, President.
In the Truth section this morning,
We have some breaking news this morning. In Syria, there are some strikes by Israel because there were attacks in that northern region, that northern border region, and Israel's not going to stand for it. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, just a little bit ago at the State Department said, guys, maybe you want to back off, tamp it down a little bit. But this is a unfolding situation and some breaking news, and that's why Trey Yingst is going to join us from Tel Aviv for an update. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, hey, Dana, good morning. All of these Israeli strikes taking place in response to violence that is erupting in the Sweda province of southern Syria. There is a Druze population in southern Syria that is supported by the Israeli government. So when violence erupted there earlier this week, the Israelis began to carry out a series of airstrikes against Syrian government tanks that were approaching the city. There was concern that they would participate in the fighting that was being done between the Druze and a Syrian Sunni Bedouin tribe. Now, as this was erupting, there were warnings and conversations taking place with Israeli officials using back channels to speak with the Syrian government, telling them not to enter the Sweda province because it could be a threat not only to Israel as these forces got closer to Israeli territory, but also to the Druze minority population there. Whenever the government forces continued forward, the Israelis decided to launch a series of airstrikes today against the Syrian capital of Damascus, targeting not only military headquarters in the capital, but also a position within the presidential compound, right next to the presidential palace. Now, we do know that the U.S. Special Envoy to Syria, Tom Barak, has issued a statement condemning the violence against civilians in southern Syria and urging de-escalation. He praised the Syrian government for putting out a similar statement condemning the violence, but indicated their actions and words needed to match. The key here is that the Israelis want the Syrian government to ensure that the situation de-escalates and that the Druze population is protected. At this point, based on the videos that have circulated online over the past 48 hours, the Druze population is not being protected, and that is the reason that you saw these Israeli strikes earlier today. But again, the latest information that we have, the Israeli Air Force has conducted a series of airstrikes against positions in the Syrian capital of Damascus, targeting government-linked positions there.
All right,
Dana.
Trey Yingst, thank you for that breaking news development. We'll keep everyone posted.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Mr. President, you were just coming off of one of the most consequential weeks anybody has ever seen, from striking Iran to going to NATO, to announcing 2 deals, and then this Supreme Court victory. Have you been able to digest what has occurred in the last 7 days?
No, really. It was a pretty wild period of time, and I really think in 6 months we've taken the country and turned it around. I was told by the King of Saudi Arabia, by the leader of Qatar, and the leader of UAE when we went over there, we brought back $5.1 trillion investment into the United States. They said, you know, you're presiding now over the hottest country in the world, and a year ago we thought your country was dead. It could never come back. It was so incompetently run by a very bad president. And I said, you're right, this country is hot. And that was a couple of months ago. You know, now we're talking about what we've done recently. So the country is really going, and the numbers are great. I watch you in the mornings, and you're giving those numbers, and they're really good. No inflation. We have a bad Fed chairman, but other than that, we have, great. It doesn't even matter. The numbers are so good, it doesn't matter that he keeps the rates artificially high. But it's been an amazing period of time.
When you went to the Middle East and you strengthened those relationships with all of those countries you just mentioned, did you have an idea that you would have to do something with regard to Iran? Because you teased it a little. You said, look, they've got to come to the table and talk. Something's going to happen.
Well, I was getting a little bit hot, and we knew they had a lot of sites, probably 3 plus the 1. But they had 3 main sites, and we knew they were going to have to either give them up. And I thought we could do it during negotiation, and we just about had it done. And then they said, we want enrichment. Enrichment doesn't mean like air conditioning, and it doesn't mean to jack up your car. Enrichment is a bad word. And they said, you got so much of that, what do you need that for? And they said, well, we need it. And I wouldn't let that happen. I think people wouldn't have understood it if I allowed that to happen. So we had a 60-day talk, and that delayed them a lot. And then said, let's go at it. And it just worked out. And we wanted to work out also for Iran. They were beaten up, and so was Israel. In all fairness, they were both very tight. We call it the 12-day war. That was an intensive war. But the thing that I wanted to do, and I've said it on your show, if you look back 30 years ago or 25 years, we've been doing your show a long time, and nobody like you. But you look back at the early interviews, I would say Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They've wanted this for years, and they were weeks away from getting it. And those pilots went in there with those beautiful planes and the most sophisticated bombs anywhere in the world. Think of it, they can go 30 stories deep into granite. Who would think that's even possible? And they did obliterate it. It turned out that we had to suffer the fake news, where the fake news in CNN and the New York Times was saying, well, maybe it wasn't as good as Trump said. Maybe it wasn't totally obliterated, but it was destroyed, but not just horrible. And I could see it happening. And they tried to build that into a story. And then it turned out, no, it was obliterated like nobody's ever seen before. And that meant the end to their nuclear ambitions, at least for a period of time. And, a lot of people have said, well, do you think they're going to start again? I said, the last thing they want to do right now is think about nuclear. They have to put themselves back into condition and shape.
You tweeted, the Democrats leaked an intelligence.
They should be prosecuted.
Who specifically? Do we know who did it? Will you be able to find out?
They could find out. If they want, or they could find out easily. You go up and tell the reporter, national security, who gave it. You have to do that. And I suspect we'll be doing things like that.
Well, those pilots were so courageous, and, you want to honor them. Are you going to do something for them?
Yes, they're going to come to the White House. But what you said is right. These people flew 36 hours in a small space, a big plane, but a small space that was mostly occupied by bombs. And they flew so brilliantly. And they hit a target the size of this circle. A little target, they say, half the size of a refrigerator door, from 50,000 feet up in the air, going at a rapid speed because they're going very fast when they're over a pretty rough territory. And they hit it every single time. And then they knocked out 2 other sites aside from that.
Do you think that the Iran regime hid some of the enriched uranium before the strikes?
No, you mean did they take it out of the deep one? No.
Because you were pretty clear you can't have a weapon. You're going to have to come to the talk. Something's going to happen.
I don't think they did. No, I think, first of all, it's very hard to do. It's very dangerous to do. It's very heavy, very, very heavy. It's a very hard thing to do. Plus, we didn't give much notice because they didn't know we were coming until just, then. And nobody thought we'd go after that site because everybody said that site is impenetrable. You can't, you're not going to bear this way. They did. It's at the bottom of a mountain. And it's granite. Granite's the hardest stone, and it's granite. So, no, they didn't. But I do believe they had people there because you had cars. They were saying cars. And those were masons. Those were people working with concrete. They were trying to seal up the entrance to where the bomb would most likely go in. And they did that. They were working on that. And the bomb went through it like it was butter. Like it was absolute butter.
Because I saw reports that there were 400 kilograms, 800 pounds that they moved, but I wonder if it's traceable. I mean, if they were to have moved, they didn't move anything.
They moved themselves. They were all trying to live. They didn't move anything. They didn't think it was going to be actually doable what we did, and what we did was amazing. And they, we went. There were energy commissions that went there. Now, it's just thousands of tons of rock in that room right now. That room, the whole place was just destroyed. And the other two also. Now, Israel was able to do damage, but we did the final damage. And we have the greatest submarines in the world. We launched 30 rockets from submarines. Every single one of them hit their target.
How will you know if he tries to start things up again? Because Iran just said that they are halting cooperation with the UN nuclear watchdog.
The last thing they're going to be doing right now, for a period of time at least, is nuclear. They've had it. They've been trying it for 25 years. The last thing they're going to do is nuclear. We had to hit them, though. They were close to getting a nuclear bomb, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I've heard from people inside Iran that the regime in Iran has executed more Iranian civilians in the past 48 hours than the number of Iranians who died in the 12-day war. So, I mean, you've got a regime that's been building ballistic missiles, building or trying to build up a nuclear weapon. Why should we think that they're actually going to give up on this?
Well, they might not give up, but they're going to give up on it while they're exhausted. They are exhausted. They took hits like nobody's ever taken. And frankly, Israel is tied. They wanted to, it was the perfect time. We went in, we destroyed their nuclear capability, and we stopped. It was a beautiful thing. And they couldn't have gone on much further. And Israel was that was a very intense 12 days. Very, very intense.
Has any other country suggested to you recently, as a result of this, that they want to join the Abraham Accords?
Yes. So we have some really great countries in there right now, and I think we're going to start loading them up because Iran was the primary problem. I actually thought Iran would. I actually thought we had a period of time where I thought Iran would join the Abraham Accords along with everybody else. And frankly, they would have been better off than where they are right now.
And what about the Abraham Accords? Would Syria enter?
Well, I don't know, but, I did take off the sanctions at the request of some of the other countries in the area that are friends of ours. I took off the sanctions on Syria to give them a chance at, the sanctions are biting. They're very strong. And we have sanctions on Iran, too. And, you take them off when I sort of gave the expression today, you get more sometimes with honey than you do with vinegar.
But you waived the sanctions on the oil with regard to China. So you're allowing China to still buy the oil from Iran.
No, I didn't say that. We have the sanctions on. And if they do a job and if they can be peaceful and if they can show us they're not going to do any more harm, I would take the sanctions off. And the sanctions would make a big difference, as you know. When I was, we had a great success in the first term. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. By the way, it's going to be absolutely, this is better. This is going to be, I think, even much better. But we had the greatest economy in history. And we use sanctions. You use them very carefully. Sanctions cost us a lot of money. It's not just, gee, we're going to put sanctions on. When you do sanctions, it costs a lot of money. But I would, one of the things I was thinking about doing is start waiving them for countries like if they behave themselves like Iran, where they can sell oil and they can do the things that you want to be able to do. The sanctions are very powerful and it makes it difficult. I'm not looking to make it difficult. I want them to have a good life, but they were trying to develop a bomb And the reason you try and develop a bomb like that is to use it.
But I want to get your take on China, really, because you've announced an agreement with the Chinese Communist Party, where China will export the rare earth minerals. What does that mean in terms of this upcoming tariff structure? You've got a pause in terms of the more steep tariffs that ends August 12th. Are you going to extend that? Are you going to keep that in place or go back to a higher tariff on China?
China's going to be paying a lot of tariffs, but we have a big deficit. They understand that. I have a great relationship with President Xi. We have to do something about the deficit because we have a big trade deficit with China. Biden let it get up to $1 trillion. Think of it, $1 trillion deficit with one country. He let them just take them over the coals. We're not going to do that. But we're doing a rare earth deal, but we're also doing, remember, we have all of the airplane parts. They can't fly their airplanes without us. So we had, some guards also. But it should have never gotten that way because we should have been doing they call it magnets. It's rare earth, but they call it magnets, a specific type. And they're making those magnets for us right now, and things are well. And we have a deal with China. It's a good deal, I think, hopefully for everybody. We had a deal with China where it was 145% tariffs.
Mr. President, you were just coming off of one of the most consequential weeks anybody.
And I will tell you, everything stopped in China. I saw that. Everything stopped. And we did China a favor, but we're getting along well with China. I think getting along well with China is a very good thing, but they are paying substantial tariffs.
Well, I noticed that because it seems like you go so far with China, but you don't sort of use the leverage that you can use. I mean, look.
If I ever had to use it, I'd use it, but when there's no reason to use it, that's good too.
Well, we did just arrest 3 or 4 Chinese nationals who tried to bring a pathogen into the country that gets people sick and destroys food supply. We've got hacking.
You don't know where that came from, though. I mean, did that come from the country, or is that 3 wackos that happened to carry something? You just don't.
Well, there was one that he signed that he would be, one of them signed a paper saying that he would value Mao Zedong's value system. So there was that. And then they hack into our telecom system. They've been stealing intellectual property. They fentanyl, COVID. I mean, all of this stuff. So how do you negotiate with obviously a bad actor and trust them on economics?
You don't think we do that to them? We do.
So
we do a lot of things.
That's the way the world works?
That's the way the world works. It's a nasty world.
And then you just do a trade deal?
We do. Well, we made a lot of money with this trade deal. I do a trade deal if it works. We made a lot of money with the trade deal.
Do you think that China's going to stop bullying companies to give them information in terms of in exchange for getting those rare earth minerals now?
The companies shouldn't put themselves in that position. They really shouldn't. Now, I will say this: China right now needs those companies much more than they needed them 2 years ago. 2 years ago, China could do that. Today, they can't because they need those companies. They need Apple. They need all of, Apple's spending $600 billion, $700 billion in the United States building plants. They were never going to do that. Think of it, $700 billion. But a lot of the companies that are in China are now relocating back to the United States. So, yeah, China's going to treat them much better as they need them. They didn't need them under Biden because they were ripping us off left and right. They need them under Trump.
You just had a big success at NATO, getting the members to agree to spend more on defense. Is there anything you can do to get Congress to codify this? To get their governments to codify it?
What you do, the best insurance is if they don't do it, you leave. You don't do business with them anymore. You don't do business. You have to have a certain trust, but you can also say trust but verify. But we're making unbelievable this.
There is litigation around the legality of those tariffs. Are you going to be able to get more trade deals done before you hear from the International Court of Appeals in August?
Sure, but we won the litigation and we had the delay and we had some radical left judge and then we had it overturned. And we're doing well in all of our litigation. We're doing well in the tariff litigation. Look, if some judge said we can't do tariffs, we would fall prey to the rest of the world who would do tariffs and are doing tariffs on us. If we couldn't fight them back with tariffs, this country would be in terrible shape. We would be like this innocent lamb being led to slaughter. So, no, we're doing great on economics. We're doing great on tariffs. Tariffs is just a part of it. We're drilling like never before. That's how the oil got down low.
The Supreme Court victory that you got today, Friday, do you think that could apply to the tariff litigation that's pending here in in terms of the legality of your tariffs. Does that affect that at all?
It could, but again, the tariff litigation, if you look at it, there are alternatives if we have to use them. They're not as good because they're not as direct. They're not as biting, but they're very good. So that you have alternatives. But we want to use this particular asset, this particular grouping, the words of this are so beautiful, they were meant for it. But what happens with the tariffs is that if a judge ruled against us, and this is part of how you win fairness is also a part of the law. If a judge ruled against us on tariffs, we would fall prey to other countries destroying us. We can't do that. If they do tariffs on us, we do tariffs on them. If they charge us, we charge them. Then they never charge us.
I want to move on to the big, beautiful bill, and you have asked to have this on your desk by July 4th. Do you think you're going to get it in that time?
I don't know. I mean, I can't tell you that. I hate to say yes. I'd like to say yes, but the problem is if we're 2 days late or 5 days late, everybody says, oh, you had a tremendous failure. Whatever it is, as long as we have it. It's very important. If we don't have it, there's a 68% tax increase. If we don't have it, the debt ceiling extension is very important. They gave a debt ceiling, the Republicans gave a debt ceiling because of the importance of doing it. They did that for the good of the country, and Republicans voted for that. They did a big favor. I don't know that I would have done it, to be honest with you, but whatever. They did a favor. Now the Democrats won't do that favor back. In other words, you never want to violate your debt covenants. So they gave, you know what I'm saying, they gave this 4 months early. It was due on September 28th, right before the election. A group of Republicans got together and said, you know what, this is so serious. We should do this for the good of the country. I understand that. Now it's their turn to do it, and they won't do it. There are a lot of bad people in the Democrat Party.
How are you going to deal with the $9 trillion that's coming due this year?
Just turn it over. Oh, well, let me tell you that we're going to do it this way. We're going to turn it over short term because we have a stupid person at the Fed. If he would lower the rates, but I don't want to have to pay for 10 years debt at a higher rate. And then we're going to get somebody into the Fed who's going to be able to lower the rates. We should be at 1% or 2%. You know, if you look at Switzerland, they're the lowest right now. They're at much less than 1 point. And frankly, we should be there too, because without the United States, the whole world doesn't work.
And you've teased a couple of names. You said you have a couple of people in mind as a successor to Jay Powell.
They'll all be good, yeah.
But you're not going to do that right now. So why do that? Just to put more pressure on him to come in?
People that know, because reporters ask me, I mean, you have other names? I say, yeah, I do. Anybody but Powell.
And would it be Kevin Moore?
He's a bad person. Kevin is very talented, but I don't know if it's going to be him, but he's a very talented guy. He wouldn't be doing what Powell is.
Mr. President, I think I know your priorities in the big, beautiful bill. I mean, obviously, you want to get the tax cuts extended, and you've got other tax cuts.
Many other things, though, takes care of the border. There's also no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime.
But I've spoken to a few senators, and they've gotten together, like Rick Scott and Ron Johnson and Mike Lee. And, Rick Scott's worried about the overall cost, and Mike Lee's worried about the Inflation Reduction Act. And,
the Inflation Reduction Act is what caused a lot of problems.
So why don't you just take that out?
It was the Biden administration.
Why are there still green subsidies in there?
I'm all for that. I think we shouldn't be giving money to all of these scams. But what happened is some of them have been started, like projects, and if you stop it, it's in the middle. So I understand that too, and people work there, and they're, working there, and they're from the district of a congressman or a senator. But no. The Inflation Reduction Act was another Biden scam. And when I say Biden, it's not Biden. It was the lunatics that work around the, in the Oval Office, around the beautiful Resolute desk. It's not Biden, because I don't think Biden knew what was happening. I think that the auto pen is one of the biggest scandals in the history of this country, because the person that operated the auto pen was the President of the United States, and I think that's going to be sought out, and we're going to find out what happened.
Well, I believe it's this week that's 1 year ago, which was the debate where his mental capacity was exposed to so many people who didn't know it. Many of us saw it, obviously, in advance. And now James Comer at the Oversight Committee wants lots of people to come in. Who would you like to see come in and testify on that? Under oath.
I would say Lisa, who was in there.
Is that the deputy AG at the time?
Yeah, it was
Lisa Monaco.
He was a big supporter of Andrew Weissman, These are people that I think are very bad people. They had radical left lunatics working there, and they took over that office. They didn't want Biden, and then after a little while they realized he's incompetent. This is really a good thing, and they ran that thing. Look, Biden was never for open borders. Biden was never for transgender for everybody. He was never for men playing in women's sports. He was never for that. Biden is a disaster. This is a disaster. But the worst thing that he's done to us, inflation is terrible, but I've solved that problem already. Inflation is bad, and other things are bad, and many things are, and the fact that we have no respect all around the world for the country, but now we do at I think maybe at the high, we took it from the lowest to the highest level in 6 months. But if you look at what he did to the border, it is so bad. So much of my time is spent on the border. You know, last month we had no people coming. I know. But the bad part is he let in 21 million people. And we have to check those people. Totally unvetted, totally unchecked. And 11,888 have murdered people. Half of them have murdered more than one person. People come in from gangs, from prisons. They emptied out Venezuela, emptied out its prisons.
Are you backing away from this, though? Because recently you said, let's ease up on, taking in people who are working, hardworking, like in farms and hotels.
I don't back away. What I do I cherish our farmers. And when we go into a farm and we take away people that have been working there for 15 and 20 years who are good, who possibly came in incorrectly, and what we're going to do is we're going to do something for farmers where we can let the farmer sort of be in charge. The farmer knows he's not going to hire a murderer. But, when you go into a farm and he's had somebody working with him for 9 years doing this kind of work, which is hard work to do, and a lot of people aren't going to do it, and you end up destroying a farmer because you took all the people away. It's a problem. I'm on both sides of the thing. I'm the strongest immigration guy that there's ever been, but I'm also the strongest farmer guy that there's ever been. And that includes also hotels and, places where people work, a certain group of people work. So we're working on it right now. We're going to work it so that some kind of a temporary pass where people pay taxes, where the farmer can have a little control as opposed to you walk in and take everybody away. But no, the criminals are going out of this country.
Right, you said it from the beginning. You wanted to first focus on the criminals, but I'm wondering if this change in giving people a pass is a response to the critics who said the execution was a little clumsy. People were afraid to go to work. They were afraid to run into ICE. They said, look, if you give a quota to somebody and say, go get me 600 people who are here in the country illegally, they'll come back with 600 people, even if it's not the right 600.
So the execution was unbelievable because you have no people coming through our border anymore. That's part of the execution. So it wasn't clumsy. What was clumsy is the fact that they allowed millions and millions of people to pour into our country. Take a look at some of the scenes. It's on your show all the time, where thousands of people are trying to bust through a wall. They literally break down walls. There's so many people. And they're thousands of people, and they have no idea who those people are. This, to me, is the worst part of Biden. The worst thing he did was the whole thing on immigration. Now, with that being said, we know who they are, a lot of them. It's hard. When they come in, they have no papers, they have no nothing. Just go ahead in. Everybody can come in. They were emptied. I'm telling you, a lot of the Congo, we just made a deal with the Congo to stop the war. They would empty their prisons into the United States. Many other countries, not just South America, Africa, Asia, Europe, parts of Europe, rough parts of Europe, their prisons were emptied into the United States, and the people, you saw the people, they run into the country. To me, that's a sin that we can never forget. We can never forget what Biden and that group of lunatics that work for him have done to our country.
I believe that half of the world's cobalt is in the Congo.
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to help develop that? Will the U.S. participate in developing that cobalt?
Yeah, they want me to. They actually want me to. The head, who is a very respected guy, look, I just stopped the war. This war was going on for 30 years. 6 million people were killed between Congo and Rwanda. And my people came to me and they say, they want you. They don't want China. They don't want Russia.
All right, so July 9th is coming up. What are you going to do about the end of the pause in the tariffs?
It's so simple. We're sending letters out. I'd rather do it now. My guys say I have great guys, Scott, Howard, other people, Jameson. they're talking to all these countries. We made a deal pretty much with India. We made a deal with China. We made a deal with UK, great people. We made deals. But I'd rather just send them a letter, a very fair letter, saying, congratulations, we're going to allow you to trade in the United States of America. You're going to pay a 25% tariff or 20% or 40 or 50%. I would rather do that. So when I get
So we're not going to extend the pause?
I don't think I'll need to because I could. No big deal. It's like TikTok. I'm extending that, you know, but no big deal. We have a buyer for TikTok, by the way. I think I'll need probably China approval. And I think President Xi will probably do it.
Who's
you know? I'll tell you in about 2 weeks.
A big technology company there.
Very, very wealthy people. It's a group of very wealthy people. But what I want to do is, and what I will do just sometime prior to the 9th, is we'll send a letter to all these countries. There's 200 countries. You can't talk to all of them. No matter how many people you have, you can't talk to all of them. We'll send a letter and we'll say we would consider it a great honor, and this is what you'll have to do to shop in the United States. We're like a department store. To shop in the United States, and you'll pay a 25% tariff, and we wish you a lot of luck. And that's the end of the trade deal. Because we have something that nobody has. But if I didn't get elected, I'm telling you, we wouldn't have had a country left. You know that better than anybody. Nobody covers it better than you. If I didn't turn this thing around, this big ship around, we turned it around. Just like those ships coming out of China, they were coming and loaded, and in the middle of the ocean, they were forced to go back because at 145% tariff, Walmart, nobody wanted their product. And that caused a big problem for China. And then I helped China.
So
by reducing it.
We still don't know. We don't have the clarity on what you're going to do with these expiration of these pauses. July 9th?
No, I think I thought I just said it. No, I thought I just said it. You ready?
You're going to send the letters.
I'm going to send letters. That's the end of the trade deal. I could send one to Japan. Dear Mr. Japan, here's the story. You're going to pay a 25% tariff on your cars, you know. So we give Japan no cars. They won't take our cars, right? And yet we take millions and millions of their cars into the United States. It's not fair. And I explained that to Japan, and they understand it. And we have a big deficit with Japan, and they understand that too. Now, we have oil. They could take a lot of oil. They could take a lot of other things. But basically, and I'm for doing it right now, we send letters out to all of the countries explaining to them, we'll look at the deficit we have or whatever it is with the country. We'll look at how a country treats us. Are they good? Are they not so good? Some countries, we don't care. We'll just send a high number out. But we're going to be sending letters out starting pretty soon. No, we don't have to meet. We understand. We have all the numbers. Listen, what we're going to do is we're going to send, and we're going to say, congratulations, we're allowing you to shop in the United States of America. You're going to pay a 25% tariff or 35% or 50% or 10%.
I'll tell you what the U.S. automakers are worried about. They don't want Japan and Korea to have a lower tariff if you do a deal with them than the U.S. automakers are paying.
Well, the U.S. automakers are going to be so busy selling cars in the U.S., they're not going to even have to worry about it, but that won't happen. Because I set a tariff, let's say I take a certain country, and I set a tariff at 25, and they're charging 35 or 40. I'll raise the tariff to 35 or 40.
I want to ask
and they'll come down.
I want to ask you about AI, because there are a couple of companies that are announcing layoffs. They're actually cutting people. Some of these companies are blaming tariffs. Some of these companies are blaming a consumer slowdown, and other people are blaming AI. Okay, you've got Procter & Gamble.
Tariffs is what's bringing the companies in. We have auto companies building plants where they wouldn't have built here in 100 years. We have more investment in the United States right now than we've ever had before. Think of it. Yeah, we're up to almost $15 trillion. Look at this guy from last year. What kind of numbers they were to people leaving? They weren't coming in. Now they're coming in.
Like you've said, you brought wealth back to America.
Wealth and spirit back. We have spirit. People respect our country again. You know, it's very important. I'm a cheerleader also for the country, aside from everything else, like you are. We brought spirit back. We brought respect and dignity back. When I went to the European, I was in that beautiful place with the king and the queen, and it's like beautiful. Everything's so nice. But when I went to the Netherlands and I looked, everybody was coming up, Mr. President, Mr. President. They didn't do that
a year ago or 2 years ago, 3 years ago. These are the big countries. This is Germany and France and all of them. I mean, a big group of countries. They respect America again. They laughed at us. They thought we were a joke. You had a president, they kept falling downstairs and falling on stages and couldn't find an entrance to, he makes a little speech that lasted for about half a minute. And he looks around, he's looking for stairs. There's like 6 different stairs, and he can't figure out which stair. We were laughed at all over the world. More importantly than that, what they did to the country. What they did to the country with allowing 21 million people will never be forgotten. And I have to rectify that problem, and we've done it. And we're getting all the criminals out.
Mr. President, I just want to ask you about the job cuts from these companies. Some of them are blaming AI. And one CEO told me that AI, artificial intelligence, allows engineers to be at least 25% more productive. It's helpful in contract management, it's helpful in repetitive jobs, it's helpful in data. What can you do to offset the job cuts that will no doubt come as a result of AI efficiency?
One thing, very simple, bring more companies and more jobs. You know, the truth is we don't have enough people to take care of these jobs. So it's like perfect timing. We don't have enough people. You know, my biggest problem is they're coming in and they have to hire thousands and thousands of workers. This is perfect timing. We don't have enough people. If AI is so good, which I hear it is, and there's a lot of money being bet by very smart people, I'll tell you, we are dominating AI. That's the other thing. And they all said, well, we'd have a problem because of electricity. We don't make enough electricity. We would have to double our electric power. Can you believe that? And you know what I did? I had an idea. I said, when you build your plant, you're spending billions. You're going to become a utility, an electric utility. You're going to also build a utility. You're not going to take it from an old grid that's been here for 100 years. You're going to take it right from a new facility. And they actually looked at me, they said, you'd do that? Of course I would. It's a national emergency. I'm going to approve everything, and you'll have your approval in 2 weeks. And Lee Zeldin is doing an amazing job, the environmental commissioner. I said, Lee, you got to approve this stuff fast. Make sure it's safe, make sure it's good, but you have to get it done fast. Because in China, you know how long it takes? 1 day. It's called President Xi. Boom, it's okay. Over here, we're going to have almost the same thing. We're getting fast approvals. And you can do nuclear, because nuclear now is safe and good and inexpensive. But you can do oil and gas, you can do coal. And the reason we do coal is because, and I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can really do things with coal today that you couldn't have done. But the beautiful thing about the coal and the thing that I look at, you know who uses coal? China. 59 plants they're opening this year. Coal. You know why? It's very powerful. It's very powerful. So we opened up coal. We were closing all our coal mines all over the country, and yet we still have a lot of coal. We use the generating plants of coal because it's the strongest, and we're doing coal. So we have everything, every form. I don't want windmills destroying our place. I don't want, you know, these solar things where they go for miles and they cover up a half a mountain that are ugly as hell. And by the way, the panels are all made, and the windmills, they're all made in China, okay?
All right,
So that's the very latest from President Donald Trump. We appreciate Fox News sending that interview over as President Donald Trump marks 6 months into his second term. And as we're taking a close look at your top political headlines, giving you a